Good morning. Ding ding. OPEX hasn't even started yet. Thermometer and oximeter plus fully vaxxed. I'm about as vaxxed as I think you can get. I've definitely never said upstart to 1,000. Upstart maybe to probably not even Gamma Max, because Gamma Max is now at $50. How excited are you about Upstart Gamma Max going to $50? Well, it's skewed, so not overly excited. It's on the 1 minute? Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I haven't even tested positive yet, but I was in very close contact with someone who had it, and then so that's gonna be fun. I don't know if I have it yet or not, but I probably will get it. Yeah, I still think like 35, maybe a little higher now, but right around there is a much more likely outcome. Is Discord muted? It's possible. Yeah, Discord was muted. Sorry about that, guys. Why do they want to kiss Vienna on Upstart? That's so bad. It's not that hot. It's a good question. I don't know. They did. We just tapped it just a little bit. Do you have any SPX calls for December 30th at the moment? Is it worth playing the upside of the market bounce this week? I don't yet. It could be. It could be worth playing the upside. Um, I'd kind of want to see it get moving first, so we can get a better idea of like the direction of the hedge. Oh, what's Cosm doing this morning? Just being a piece of shit. I'm not touching that. Nope. Have you tried buying a better immune system? I heard you can pick up a new one from China every 6 months. Oh no, close contact. Hope you feel better soon. Yeah, well, I'm already starting to feel weird, but I don't know how much of that is psychosomatic. I'm on day 8 of COVID. First time I've gotten it since this all started. Fully vaxxed, and the first few days are the worst. Hang in there. Yeah, so far not so bad, but we'll see how it ends up. I don't see any world in which where I don't get it. There was far too much contact. I really don't like Fubo, and I may actually buy shares if this thing hits $2. I might buy more at $2. I have to buy so many to get my fucking cost basis down though, so it's at this point it's just annoying that it's trading so low, but I got time. I popped a posse after visiting Cabo last week. The only contact I had with pores was the immigration line. Fuck. My brother-in-law got it from work and had it without knowing at his wedding, and my sister didn't get it. You don't know until you test positive multiple times. I was gonna go after the stream today and get another what the fuck is it called? The PCR test. Because the home tests are garbage. But the home tests have been negative, and the first PCR I got was negative. So hopefully that's a good sign. Too much zinc is a bad thing. Yeah, I'm not really into the homeopath stuff. What does it mean? For asterisk for GMEDN. So GME is delta neutral is like $40. So the calculation from the closing OI on Friday is super fucking off because OPEX kind of threw a wrench into everything. OPEX was huge this time. Like $4 trillion in options expiring. Um so yeah, some of the Greeks are a little fucked up right now. Hopefully at some point today, JFresh can give me like a little better idea of what gamma or delta neutral is for GameStop. It's not an STD. Okay, not mod Carl. I know that. I assigned a bunch of for $3.50 and $4 CSP. It'd probably be hard to get cost basis down. Yeah, I mean at this point for me to have any significant effect on my cost basis, I'd almost have to double down on my position. And even then I'd only drop like 50 cents off of my cost basis, so it just doesn't feel worth it. Those tests are nasal, not the bottom end. Oh shit, I've been doing it all wrong. Yeah, I know that. But gonorrhea is easy to fix. You just get penicillin shots. Done. Gone. If you lose your smell and taste, then you know you got it. I haven't lost that yet. But that's how I found out that the person who gave it to me had it. I borrowed chart exchange and stock tracker. The amount of borrowable shares for GME seems incredibly low. Sub 50,000. Bullish? Meaningless. You ready for all the complaining that OPEX is over and questions on why it's not going up yet? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's Monday, so of course. Looking for SPX tests of 4015 to 4017 this week or next. I'm really not. My more conservative range is 39.65. If we don't just get a shitload of short positioning right off the bat. But yeah, I mean, from the options expiration, if we see a bounce, I don't think it'll take that long. Maybe even before like Thursday. Thursday's PCE. We may not see any like significant upward movement until PCE for SPX. Like we might just stagnate as people try to bet on both sides of it. I'm a self-proclaimed internet virologist. You have SARS. There's nothing you can do about it. You'll probably live. Trust me, this diagnosis is legit. I'm meta trained. Oh, fuck me. Um, Good to know, Ben. Thanks. What is a decent cost basis on Fubo in your opinion? Like 250 to 350 is pretty solid. And I'm not just saying that because my cost basis is 350. For a while there, my cost basis was 380. But yeah, I think if their profitability target by like early 2025 is legit, then from a fundamental standpoint, I would say that repricing is probably already on the table, but second positive earnings or um, a second significant increase back to back in subscriber growth would probably lead to a price somewhere in the like $4 to $6 range. And as profitability improves, obviously, that price would go up. Fubo's been shorted pretty fucking hard. So I think if the rest of these run, it will too. I assume after close of play Wednesday, time to roll Gen upstart calls given the theta drop off. Yes, probably. I might hold on for Thursday at market open, but I probably won't. There's only one possible code that would allow for that, and it requires that they're unable to buy the underlying stock. So, Thursday morning is extremely unlikely. There's a small chance. Um, we'll see how it looks going into that, but I probably won't hold position open for it. It wasn't the cat lady. Is that person in the chat now? I don't think so. Buongiorno. Is it possible on IBKR in a cash account to sell shares with CCs open? No, you have to have margin. They push upstart further down. We get a better entry than VN. And we're slightly below Vega neutral right now. Is GM on Upstart MOASsing? It would appear that way, although I think the values are super skewed due to OPEX. I would probably wait. We're gonna move back down and test the top of the collar again. Yay. Interesting. Futures were doing so well overnight, and they just shit the bed this morning. And oil's up. What the fuck is that about? Dixie's down, oil's up, indices are down. Hmm. China markets didn't drop that hard last night. Tesla's fucking moving. Interesting. All right. I think we stabilize here a little bit. That should be the end of that. All right. That's probably a good place to enter a call or two. My girlfriend had corona and we were living together. She was positive on all the tests, home and PCR. I was also sick with the same symptoms as her, still negative on multiple tests. Huh. Still isn't hoof and mouth disease. I'm not a centaur. Was the buy signal for calls this week sub $20 for GMA? Man, we didn't fucking have a chance of going below $20 on on Friday. I don't know if we will go below $20. There's a fake out day where you feel great. That sounds awful. And they kick OPEX to Jan. How? There isn't even a holiday this week. How will Fubo handle it when they run out of cash runway? They have a shelf offer. Or bonds, warrants. Have we discussed high gamma max on Upstart? Yes. Do you expect it to be the top of the run still? No, I think it's heavily skewed from the options expiration. I would wait for another value or an updated value. It's almost like they want the market to go down to stop upwards pressure on stocks during the time when they have to cover obligations. Possibly. Although there's no really no settlement due till tomorrow. Let's see how the gamma chart for the SPY is looking now that we've got an update. Yeah, we still have the top side of the JPM collar at 38.35. It's a little negative near the money, but it's starting to pick up some positive gamma at like 38.70. Yeah, up through 38.50 still a little bit negative. For today's expiration, lots of puts to the downside of 38.35, but not a lot of interest above 38.55. So if we move back above 38.55, that's pretty fucking bullish. Gamma flip point's really far away though. 39.27, which is interesting. I think if it does start moving up today, it could move up really hard if we break 38.55, like really, really hard. US must start filling their oil reserves soon. That's why I own Halliburton. Cosmos Health announces pricing of 32.5 million direct registered direct offering and concurrent private placement priced at the market. Sounds like they're doing a share offering of 32.5 million shares. Futures ES had a small gap at open, which it closed now. Also Thursday we have GDP, right? We have GDP and PCE. I think PCE is more important than GDP, frankly. It's just, I mean, it's just the top of their big fat collar, right? I mean, the collar itself it's just kind of hard to ignore because the position size is so big. It's like $20 billion, right? And so they're short calls at 38.35, and I think they're long puts at 33.90, and then short puts at 28 something. What my $20 from what? Last earnings, Fubo said they have enough capital to go through the end of 2023, and canceling the sportsbook will modestly increase that time that they have. Thanks, Atomic. The home COVID tests have an expiration date, and you actually become unstable after that. Yeah, I'm aware. I got fresh ones. Sup, Garrick? Barry here. Someone from HR saw my name, so now I'm just Barry McKinner. Sad day. Sorry you're not feeling great. I hope you feel better soon. Thanks for streaming through the sickness. Thanks. If you want, we can still call you McCockiner, but it's up to you. Got anything to say about the new rev filings? Haven't seen them. JPM pulling the SPX down in order to roll the collar. They just rolled it. Generally, when they roll it, they want the price to be up. I want GME at $20 so I can buy. Oh yeah. Your dream of buying GME at 20 bucks. Um I don't know if it's gonna happen, Tom. Dr. Popcorn Trader. Your work in these OPEX weeks is invaluable. You're a god amongst men and bullish. Thank you as always, Mike Cell CCs, for keeping track of the OPEX question count. Let me know if we have a total tally for the period from one OPEX to the next, because that would be phenomenal. Well, technically, GME would be $80 at Citron Research's price target, or at least based on the time period in which the analysis was made. So, no, they'd still be wrong. Or people could just act normal this month. Not a chance. Especially if we don't run, like, out of the gate tomorrow. 18 cents for GME $25 weekly. That's less than a Five Guy burger. Not even a double. A fucking single. You're not wrong. When do we see VOPs? Probably tomorrow or Wednesday. I mean, generally speaking, that's when it happens. It's quite the interesting conversation with HR explaining why my name was on the screen. One, I hope they forget, but I never will. Oh boy. It's okay. There was someone on here who had like a worse name who was like emailing their child's school. I don't remember what the screen name was, but it was pretty bad. Do you think market participants besides me see the shorts making this bullshit downtrend and just laugh at them? SPX 3900 end of week. Fuck the shorts. Maybe. I mean, this SPX being down right now doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Oil's still climbing, and Dixie's still dropping, so maybe we just get like a nice big fat trend reversal on futures here. Do you not take kindly to folks changing their usernames? I figure you don't give a bovine's tail hair. No, I don't really care, Boris in Belgrade. I know you think indicators are junk, but if you were to use RSI, what time frame do you like best? Um, Intraday, like the 15-minute RSI is probably the only interval when I'd use RSI. For swing trading, like an hour is fine. You can use the daily, but that's kind of you're looking at like a reversion over 3 to 6 months on the daily, so the daily is a bit slow. Once you're using RSI on like the daily and weekly, that's more of like a long position entry. We could have had Irish twins this time. Wait, what do you mean, claw range? $18 months is all it takes. That's true. Yeah. I mean, if I knocked you up immediately. Although, man, that seems like a bit much. I sent out some engagement party invites as popcorn trader. I still can't wrap my head around how you spent $65 at Five Guys. Was that for only two people? No, it was just me. I bought a burger, fries, not even a large fry, and a milkshake. 65 bucks. Housing data bad, so a little bullish. Fed is working. Yeah, I mean, the housing data that came out today is not very important. There's bill auctions at 11:30, 6 and 3 month, that probably are significantly more important than that NAHB index. I don't think anyone really gives a shit about that. Maybe realtors and lenders, but the market probably doesn't. What is the gestation period of a horse? I have no idea. It was delivered, but I have the like thing that waives the delivery fee. Offer financing for that order? Does it even taste good? It was mediocre. Warren Buffett's Egg McMuffin. Inflation is hitting food prices the hardest. I've had to increase prices 3 times this year at my restaurant because our suppliers keep raising the prices on the food they supply. Maybe I should go long on Cisco. Ramen up to 25 cents a pack now? You're never going to financially recover. I have 0 GME calls to this open window. I expect it to rip. I mean, you can always get ones later, right? Jan 30Cs and point 0.2 delta now mean that they're lower quality, and something even closer, like 25C, maybe would be more prudent. Not necessarily. I mean, a 25C has a higher chance of going in the money. I mean, you're just specifically targeting delta. It's more the theta that's important. No, Five Guys is expensive as fuck, but it's like I think the burger was like $18 or $19 by itself, and then it was like 12 or 13 for the fries, something like that, like 12 and change. And then I got a milkshake, which was admittedly delicious. But that was also like $13. And then tax. Even if I go in person though, it's not that much cheaper. I know they jack up the price on DoorDash, but it's it's really not that much cheaper in person. I save like $15. I haven't seen the filing from Revlon yet. I just want to say, reading your DD has helped my quality of life substantially. Now, when I make yellow, I make sure to let the river run dry. After hours, sleeping accidents are down by 65%. Congratulations, dude named Dad. That's awesome. $40 milkshake. Pigs in a blanket milkshake. What the fuck is that? That sounds disgusting. I've never had Five Guys all at once. It seems like it would be overwhelming. You're already sick. Don't get sore too. Jesus. CEO surprise announced that their RS is to be moved 10 days earlier to this Wednesday. What impact could this have on the shorts? Up 130% today. I don't know how many shorts CEI has, but it may cause longs to recall shares because they're announcing their reverse split so far in advance. Same thing at In-N-Out is $9. Yeah, but In-N-Out sucks. Their French fries taste like Pringles. Local one to me is $9.29 for a regular, $6.59 for the little. Speaking of changing names, the DoorDash CEO changed his name as a kid. Do they make 65 a K a year working there? Actually, they had a sign up. They're paying like $24 an hour. Um, I suppose if they're full time, that's what, like, almost 50 grand a year. Fogo de Chao Brazilian Steakhouse is all you can eat steaks is like $55. Not here, it's not. It's like $120 a person to go to the one in like over by Times Square. I don't even know if they're still open, but there used to be one over there. How centaurish is OPEX looking? It looks like we're just moving with the market right now. What OPEX did start on Monday? Most of them start Tuesday or Wednesday. Yeah, November of last year ran on a Monday. I think that was it. March ran a little bit on Monday, but not much. Like into the latter half of the day, it started to go up a bit. How does volume look to you? Not very impressive. They're both sub 1 million. What's really interesting is right before the March run started and right before the May run started, there was a big spike in illiquidity. Like on March 17th and the morning of May 25th, there was a really, really big spike in illiquidity for GME. And then it immediately started running afterwards. This morning there was kind of a large spike towards the more illiquid side. In March, it was offset by a few days, but in May, it happened the day it ran. So I don't know how significant this morning's move is, but it might be. But yeah, generally speaking, 2-0 Wednesday. When super suckers go full mass hopium in the Discord, that's the entry signal, right? It's that's probably the best time to short. How centaurish is OPEX looking? Yeah, I take vitamin D. Not a lot, but like 500 to 1,000 IU a good day. I don't get a lot of sunshine, so. What's up, JC? Animal fries and use a fork. Ugh. Then they just taste like Pringles with fried onions on them. No, there's no Culvers around here. I've had Culvers before. I think that's more of like a Midwest thing, though. Paying for delivery for takeout's just like I don't know. It's a time thing. Like I don't want to get dressed and leave my fucking apartment to go. Like I could be doing other things during that time that are more valuable to me than the additional cost of having the food delivered. You take a look at the Revlon thing and interpret, it looks like they might be going private the same way MMTLP did. Could force shorts to close. I have no idea. I'll look at it later. I know if a couple of people have brought it up already, but I haven't seen it yet. Them going private was one of the better possibilities for people who held through the delisting. So depending on the buyout price per share, it could be decent. Check DM. Like this one only exists on the 1 minute. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I mean, I could show you what I was looking at, but see this, like, if you look in pre-market, for specifically for today, I thought that was kind of interesting. It looks really similar to like almost like what happened before August. Yeah, last year. And what's even more interesting about it is both ETFs went more illiquid as well. Maybe even like what happened right before May. Maybe that indicates like a Wednesday run. I don't know yet. I mean, there's not a ton of historical evidence, but D3 is the one you want. Yeah, I know. No, it's not. Metals Picadura. Generally, it's not widely used. It's not a like a common analysis metric. I like I genuinely don't understand how people actually live in that city. It's so stupidly expensive for things that are way cheaper in other places. Even other big cities like DC. DC's pretty comparable in price. It's a little bit cheaper. But jobs here pay more, right? You're forgetting that wages are higher in New York City, like much higher than they are in a lot of other parts of the country. So it's kind of just relative. Why Cosm halted? I have no idea, but somebody had mentioned that they were doing like a share offering. Is it a little halt to the upside? All right, interesting. There's some Culvers upstate in New York, I think. Maybe. If there are, I have no idea where. Yeah, things are looking kind of spicy. SPX is about to break that 3850 level. Um, if it can, and given the downside gap, it seems possible. Uh, it's gonna break out, I think, pretty hard. I picked up some calls there at the bottom, so I'm kind of hoping it does. Burgers don't hold up well. Deliveries for Thai or pasta. Pasta doesn't hold up well. They put it in like sealed plastic containers and it keeps cooking. When they deliver it, it's just fucking mush. The burgers are like wrapped in paper. They actually hold up pretty well. And the Five Guys I'm ordering from is not that far away. So regarding Rev, if people haven't averaged down, I think they should before it's too late. I mean, I've got to read the documentation, but possibly. Chances we could see 3900 today? I think that might be a bit of a stretch. It's possible, but that's a big ask. The gamma flip point is at 3927. Um, SPX starts to go pretty positive at 3855. Oh, there's a shitload of call interest building to the upside. Yeah, maybe this fucker runs pretty hard today. Hmm. Fuck. Yeah, Tesla could move during OPEX. It is an OPEX stock. I have no idea what the upside price target would be. Delta neutral looks like it's at like I don't know, 188. Tesla really, it's pretty rare for Tesla to break gamma max or even come that close to it, but I think in August it did. Gamma max is at 250, 253. Uh, mm, wait here. No, I hear it. All right, we'll see what happens. Serious boofing on Upstart. A little bit. Shorted into the active fund pressure there. So for Upstart, can we essentially throw GM out as a legitimate PT because of the skew? Or is it still relevant? I mean, it could be relevant if we move up into that price range. But right now I'm still looking at like 30 to 35 as being like where the majority of gamma is on the chain. It's just getting pulled up because gamma is so flat and a bunch of options expired. The asterisk is actually for GME's delta neutral. Because delta neutral on GME today is like 40 fucking dollars. Ark, thank you so much for well yeah. Serious boofing on Upstart. So for Upstart, okay. No options chain for Cosm. You guys should have heard yesterday talking about saving Dumbledore's white in an old sock. It was absolutely disgusting. Just kidding. Somewhat. I didn't say anything about a sock. What doesn't make sense, BMG? Why gamma is skewing? Like gamma max? Because gamma's so flat in the upper range. that small amounts of call volume are pulling up the gamma max, right? So gamma's fairly flat after like $30. And so people are buying calls out here at like 40, 45, 50, and it's pulling the gamma max up because there's no negative interest at all. No, why GME's DN is at 41? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's just, I think it's just wrong. So you gotta wait for like an OI update and then we'll see what it looks like. It's probably because of all the like puts that expired on Friday. So it's just skewed and we're not getting a good value. I'd love to hear your honest opinion on Kathy Wood and ARK. I actually don't think she has a bad track record. I know a lot of people don't like her, and I think a lot of funds actively short the positions she chooses. Um, but she's been buying a lot of them recently, very, very cheap. Um, like probably not a bad place to park some cash. I think she's just like an ETF manager that's unaware that her ETFs are used as liquidity against the stocks that she's long on. So she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna buy more of this for my ETF, right?" And then they have that many more shares to short. One is delta neutral, one is gamma neutral. Mark Long. So one is the neutral point for delta on the options chain. The other is the neutral point for gamma. Gamma is affected by its proximity to the spot. That's why there's like a breakdown in gamma after gamma max, is because as you move further and further away, gamma expands more and more, right? And then eventually that collapses, and that's what leads to GME's runs ending. What are your thoughts on a rolling VWAP indicator? It kind of defeats the purpose. Why don't you just use an EMA at that point? Yeah, so there's it's not really possible to tell if they're only rolling into synthetic longs, but there was lots of synthetic long and volatility exposed positioning entered on Upstart last week. Lots of in the money straddles, which are volatility exposed on the long side, and lots of diagonal spreads. Or is Kathy in cahoots with the shorts? That's possible. But why? By the same token, when you expect to see big ups and they cover everything in Kathy's positions. Yeah. Do you have a trading strategy with the EMA ribbons and VWAP, or are they just information? Just information. I mean, the stuff we talk about with like ETF liquidity, there might be a handful of experts in finance that really understand all of that. It's pretty fringe. Oh, those are just weighted VWAP. Those are just weighted VWAP, Bob. Lending fees, my dude, but none of them are none of them are specifically like hard to borrow. Like most of the stocks she buys are pretty liquid. They don't have high borrow rates. And it's an ETF too, right? So she only gets like management fees. Why are stocks dead? There's a pretty insane amount of long side buildup on SPX, and oil's up and Dixie's down. So yeah, I don't think the lows on SPX right now are going to be sustained. This is probably another decent long side entry opportunity. Actually, I wouldn't want to do zero DT, but I'll probably buy a few more for this Friday. Yeah, why not? Okay, that's not Friday. That is Friday. Oh, markets closed Monday. That makes more sense. Sinful hot time. Kathy's setting up traps and will call her shares at opportune times to discombobulate any underhanded borrowings. I mean, she can just loan the shares out while we're in a recession, right? And then recall shit later on when everyone's over short. Are we watching a teenage girl magazine stock? I don't think that's what they do, is it? I thought Casa was like a distributor. It's not Cosmo. Do you believe in Santa? Of course. Who the hell else keeps eating my cookies every year? Aren't anchored VWAP lines some of the most reliable SR you can get? Yeah, and there's standard deviations. The, more importantly, on longer time scales, though, Bob. When was the last OPEX rally? August. VIX and VXX down too. Ups incoming. Looks good. I just bought some more calls. Are the supposed FINRA deferral periods from November this week also? Yes. Between 28 and 30 calendar days. But yes. Also, you're that cool uncle who gets his nieces and nephews fun presents for Christmas. I don't have any nieces or nephews. So I'm neither a cool nor weird uncle. I have cousins, but I don't talk to any of them. Wouldn't crippling depression probably every day for the rest of your life if you leave it untreated? No, God's fake, Santa's real. Get it right. Can you clear the stank off my screen name? I don't like this color. Do something about it. I saved you from a terrible relationship. I've been your friend through thick and thin. I don't know what more you want from me, Rims and Tims. You can't just expect Bithead to come in here and give you a membership every time your name turns white. Centaur claws? I don't know why you'd think that. I definitely don't, though. Logic Dustbin. Good job hooking up WM. WM, give Logic Dustbin a shout out. And welcome to Cornish Out, man. You gotta get on that uncle thing. You can always just be good friends with someone with kids to the point they call you uncle, and it's just kind of creepy. So I already have that with a couple of my friends that have kids. And they're like, oh, it's Uncle Gurk. And I'm like, don't fucking talk to me. I don't like you. You ruined your parents' lives. I try to be just honest with them and also set up like really strong boundaries at the same time. Thanks, Ben. Just to be clear, I don't like long positions on SPX for like 0 DTE today. Not above like 38.50. The ones I'm buying right now are for Friday. Buy them Nintendo Switches from GameStop, right? Right? No, I don't shop at GameStop. I'm a shareholder, not a customer. Have you taught them the difference between value and price? I've bought a 4-year-old a copy of securities analysis before. I'm not a horse, Mr. Flags. No one should ever shop at GameStop. Pi-Fi is such a shill. Don't be dumb, Pi-Fi. What are you talking about? I don't shop at GameStop. There's none that are particularly close to me. And the closest one is always dirty and smells like a fucking magic tournament. They have a website. So does Amazon. What's your point? Listen, if GameStop needs me to promote their fucking web presence, they need to pay me. Legend has it you own a duck? You and a duck own a boa constrictor and an iguana. No. I don't have any communal property with any ducks. Why does Uncle Gurk own Nana's house? Oh, yeah, that'll be a conversation one day. I'll buy online if they have something I need and it's equivalent price to other retailers, but that's it. Yeah, I mean, that's all that could be expected, right? My girlfriend bought me securities analysis hardcover as part of my suite of holiday gifts. To be sure, she's buying me more expensive stuff too, but looking forward to this book the most. Cool, man. I can't wait for you to fucking ask me questions about it. Pretty sure Tesla dead now. Cool. Oh, I can buy back my covered calls. It's time. Remember when people told me that Tesla was never going to go under 300 and that it was never going to go under 200 and that selling cover calls at 150 was crazy? Ha! Fuck you, shills. Elon Musk fanboys. Guy's a nut job. When Ken Griffin and Girk interview, it's the only thing I want for Christmas. I'll do my best. Way better than Amazon for rural PA. Well, yeah. Uh, all 50 GameStop customers in rural PA have a distribution center like right next to them. So I think, yeah, they should at least be advertising in the penny saver in that market. Is the water on? No, I had the house winterized. Also, it hasn't been, which uh, I'm pissed about because I don't think it's been freezing at all this winter. Did you know that Graham only bought stocks over 25 PE? I mean, you want stocks generally. Okay, I mean, it was a different day and age, but um you generally want the companies that you're investing in to make money. how come GM for Upstart's so high? Gamma's very flat, and so it's getting skewed towards smaller amounts of out of the money interest. I don't understand why people hate Elon Musk so much. What did he do? He's an asshole. He did nothing. I think that's why most people hate him. Dixie? Ooh, Dixie's climbing. Curious. Dixie just fucking rocketed. Why? Why is Dixie squeezing? Oh, the auctions. No, it's too early. Something with China? Japan? Interesting. Auction data leaked? I love it when shit like this happens with no context. York is closer to Maryland and North Virginia than anything in Pennsylvania. Yeah. Looks like it's pretty close to Philly and Harrisburg. Although I can't say I've ever been to Harrisburg. It seems well positioned. It's still kind of far from like New York and New Jersey. I feel like Lewistown would be a better. Well, maybe not. It's definitely not closer to North Virginia. Richmond is Richmond is pretty fucking far from there. Fredericksburg? All right, it's about as close to like Richmond as it is to Pittsburgh. You're talking about like the left side of Virginia. Man, Maryland is a weird shape. Um, does anybody live there? Isn't that just like rural, like farmland and shit? I feel like that's not a population center. I was talking about Elon Musk. He's irrelevant until he's not. I wonder if he'll let people vote for him to leave Tesla also. I feel like his shareholders would definitely vote positively on that. I don't live anywhere near Colorado, man. I'm gonna put Revlon on the screen. It's up 50% and climbing. Ooh, bullish. I wouldn't say, I mean, it can't halt. Time to average down? I have to average down earlier? I'll wait. Yeah, I think I'll wait. Oh. Left Virginia. Yes. So the most dense and wealthy part of America. You mean Southern California? It's Northern Virginia. They are all come here's. Southwest Virginia is rural, but it has VA tech. I've only ever been to Richmond and some beach there. I don't know where it was. It was kind of dirty. There was maybe a naval installation not far from where I was, but I don't remember the name of the town. SoCal is not dense. For wealth concentration, it is. New York City too. Significantly more than fucking Virginia, but I'm not gonna get into that. Norfolk? Maybe. I don't know. It was definitely not great. I saw that my university offers financial risk management for students from other student programs. Do you think I just go there and pick up some useful info, or will it be too complex? It probably won't be very complex at all. Of the 15 richest counties in the U.S., 4 are in Virginia. Four are in New Jersey, 4 are in California. By wealth concentration, New York City is the richest place in the country. By a long shot. It's not even fucking close. Also, what an arbitrary county. You need the whole county to up the number. No, I never got into looking at it, but I figure Bury's probably like 3 years early, so I'll wait. Why is SPX shitting the bed? I don't know. Dixie's rocketing for some unknown reason. I'm still not sure why, but it is. You do any more Vega digging over the weekend? You seem pretty peaked on Friday. Yeah, I mean, it kind of just looks like an advantageous place to enter positions. The market maker's hedge changes, and the market maker has to start hedging increases in volatility. Um, so they would be buying into rising IV. It's similar to gamma neutral, except volatility exposed. Of all wealth over 30 million per household found in the US, more than 1 in 5 of those can be found in New York. I know Scarsdale, like per capita, is really rich. There's a bunch of like, it depends on how you uh like define your parameters, right? Like if you're going like median household income, I'm sure you'll end up with like someplace in Texas. Um Rev plus 80%. Interesting. Yeah, it's moving. Uh, supposedly Rev filed some paperwork to go private this morning. That guy might get his $20 GME. I don't think so. DC, Northern Virginia, and parts of Maryland's wealth are not quantifiable because of the embassies there. There's embassies here. Greenwich, Connecticut's pretty wealthy. I don't think it's as wealthy as like Westchester in New York, but it's up there. Or Long Island. Like the Hamptons and Westchester have more wealth concentration, but it's up there. Florida, like areas there's areas of Florida that have an obscene amount of money. Girk, I got 1 minute. Give me a quick rundown of the day. The market moved up a bunch after testing the top of the JPM collar, and then we just dove through it. Dixie started rocketing at around 10:22. I have no idea why, but it's still kind of rocketing. I'm getting a little pullback on it, but I think it's gonna move up more. Oh, Revlon up 77%. Maybe that'll be the real Christmas present. Revlon will go private at like $12 a share. Oh my god. Yeah, maybe I will average down a little bit. If Revlon goes private at more than $6 a share, how hard do we shit on the Bobby people? Like, let's ask the real questions. A lot? Okay. No, Girk, that's unbecoming. Good old Stanford. I wouldn't even shit on their floor. That's how hard I'd shit on them. If Rev goes private, do options pay out as well, or is that chain dead? In the money ones could, depending on, obviously depending on the buyout price for, you know, whoever's taking the who's taking them private? Is Perelman just doing it? Yeah, I mean, it depends on the buyout price. If it's high enough and there's a sufficient move, then Jan 35s could see some action. Do you have a favorite state outside of New York? Man, I really don't like the US. Um I don't even like New York. I just live here. It's definitely not fucking Wyoming. No, Rev can't haul. It's pink sheet. Why are March XPX picks down 10% today and Ivy dropping? VIX went down today. And Ivy has been dropping since the Fed meeting. It shouldn't be that significant of a move, though. Chicago's all right. Where would you live if you could? I mean, I really don't care where I live. I just want access to amenities, right? That's why I live in New York, because it has the most things. But any other like major city is probably fine, with the exception of LA. I should put Rev on the screen. Neither trading view nor my broker update it very often. It seems to be on a several minute delay. I can't because the I don't think I'm pretty sure that WeBull doesn't have live updates either. I have live updates for OTC on TradingView, but I can't show that all the time. It's at 63 cents right now, though. Tokyo would be cool, maybe. I've been to Scottsdale. I'm not a huge fan of Arizona. Yeah, I really San Diego's not bad. Um, Orange County in California is okay, but it's everything's just so far apart, right? You spend like my problem with California is you spend your entire life in your car, stuck in fucking traffic with the sun in your goddamn eyes. CNBC website has it for free. Oh, okay, cool. There you go. Check out CNBC's website. I don't really have. I mean, I have friends who work in the industry, but like, I don't talk to them about anything. I definitely don't talk to them about stocks. Most of them are idiots, and I wouldn't. I wouldn't use their analysis ever. No, but like the wealth concentration in places like Newport Beach, Laguna Beach, even Huntington is insane for the number of people that live there. La Jolla's really nice. Yeah, it is. I like Europe. The thing I don't like about Europe is it tends to be like very insular, right? Like every country and I guess that's what you should expect, right? But like if you're in Italy, you know, it's not like you have like a world of food choices at your feet, right? You just You have Italian food. Which, I mean, should be expected, but like in New York, you can eat anything, right? Also, Europe has weird amounts of nationalism that culturally is very strange for me. Just buy a house on Long Island to be a mobster's neighbor and live like a king. I mean, I already have one of those things. I don't know who the neighbors are. America doesn't. It does, but I mean, more so in the areas I don't live. London and Paris, yeah, they're more international, right? Go ref, go only 900% more. Man, that just depends on what part of the country you live in, right? Like, I don't remember saying the national, like, pledging allegiance after, I don't know, like sixth grade. I agree that there's parts of America that are super nationalistic, but I wouldn't say New York City is one of them. Most of the people that live here aren't even from America. I still pledge allegiance every day. You ever go up to Boston? Yeah, I've been up to Boston a few times. I was there not even that long ago. I live in the heart of Dixie, and we stopped before Y2K. I believe it. Where does centaurs come from? Your imagination. At least the nationalism in Europe makes more sense because those countries are thousands and thousands of years old, right? And they have like storied histories. But like it's still strange, right? When you come there as like an American. Like I can't imagine spending my entire life eating the cuisine of one nation. And yet that's very commonplace in Europe. I only eat hot dogs with mac and cheese. If you have to eat only the cuisine of one nation and it couldn't be from Centaurlandia, where would it be from? Probably Italy or Japan. I could see eating either of those every day without getting bored with it. Boston's nice. I met a lot of cool people there. The public transit is quaint but not packed. The people are chill. It's a little downtrodden sometimes, but the people are legit. It seemed like You really like the people in Boston, Big Mac. I'm not a big fan of massholes. Usually they're pricks, and their accent is annoying as shit. But I'm glad you've had a different experience. Wicked regarded. I'm from Massachusetts, but I'm not a masshole. Are you from somewhere rich? I take Boston over Long Island or Queens any day. I mean, maybe yeah. Long Island's awful. Don't get me wrong. I have no desire to ever spend any significant amount of time in Long Island. It's basically just New Jersey. I've always wanted to go to Barcelona. I pronounced it properly, right? I think I did. Obvious. Brockton is wicked tops. Brockton's a shithole. You have to pronounce it in Castilian. Brockton, same like Springfield and Holyoke. There's some pretty shitty parts of like the Boston metro area. Aren't you gonna move to Providence? No, I was thinking about moving to Newport at one point though, in Rhode Island. Yeah, DFV's from Brockton. He'd probably be the first person to tell you that it's a shithole. I did a lot of dating there. Dude, picking up girls in Boston is so fucking weird. Like you have to master the art. It's not even negging. You just have to insult them as hard as feasibly possible. And if you get in a fist fight with them, you're probably gonna get laid. Best time to be in Newport is the worst time because everyone else is there. I just like the houses. I want to get a Gilded Age mansion. Insult then ignore works every time in Boston. It's definitely a weird dating scene. How many cities of the subway system? It's a shame that New York City subway is used as a toilet. Other countries' subway systems are immaculate by comparison. The New York City subway system is super old. I don't know what you mean by used as a toilet. I think you've been watching too many TikTok videos, which are biased. But yeah, if you ride around on the subway in like the Bronx in the middle of the fucking night, you're gonna see some weird shit. I haven't seen Gilded Age on HBO, but the homes are insane. I agree. Adam Aaron is a genius. Prove me wrong. I'm not gonna try to. The fact that he's gotten people to hold that stock while he's diluted the shit out of it for 2 years is seriously impressive. The rev chart's on a 15-minute delay, though. Did you see Dork in chat? I think he got shadow banned for something new now. Um, Not recently. He hasn't DM'd me either. Grew up in Boston, and then after college I moved to Portland, Oregon, and 10 years there shaved off an immense rough Bostonian edge. Since following the stream, I now live outside New York City, hoping I mean, that's the same for like every beach city in California. Is they're just like, it's like the spring and fall are nice, and then the summer is awful, and so that's why you Airbnb your house and go on vacation. I don't think Dork got snuffed. CNBC has no delay for Revlon. Yeah, go watch CNBC's Revlon ticker. So close. How many buy orders are at $20 now? Oh, it's like way less than Friday. Holy shit, TomTom's gonna get a fill. It's all beach cities everywhere. Yeah. Can shorts afford anything besides zero DT these days? I mean, as SLD settles out, possibly. Will you buy more Fubo? Probably not. I might buy more leaps for 2024. Ben, thank you so much, man. Guys, give Ben a shout out for hooking you up. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Dork got shadow banned for a COVID joke? I don't think so. You got shot. Just type something in chat and tag me in it. Did YouTube really shadow ban you for that? Oh, you have been? What the fuck? Oh, it's so weird. Maybe I underestimated the number of Revlon bag holders in here. Do we own the float? Yeah, Dork's apparently been trying to type in chat. Dork, if you people have told me in the past that if you log out of YouTube and log back in, it'll like sometimes lift it. Never played GME. Is worth buying some shares under 20. I have a few calls for Jan 30s. Historically, yeah, sub 20 is a decent price. At this point, it must just be us. It's time for a ref poll. MTV, if you log out of your broker account, your RevRQ can't hurt you anymore. Yeah, Revlon, I guess, released some documents indicating they might go private or something. I haven't seen them yet. Ugh. It may be regarded, but I think SPX is about to absolutely rocket. It might. It's a little odd that we're trading below 38.35 though. With the OPEX just getting started, and with this much shorting, what's your take on the next couple of days, please? I mean, it's Monday. So generally speaking, we'd be looking to Wednesday or Tuesday or Wednesday for any kind of run. I think seeing shorting in the early part of today isn't super significant. We'd probably like to see a turnaround somewhere in the mid part of the day to give a little bit of confidence going into tomorrow. I have a feeling we hold at least 1 million shares collectively. I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm not going to do a poll on it. What would taking Rev private mean for shareholders? A buyout? Oh, shit. TomTom just got his shares. Look at you, TomTom. How can you buy Revlon? You have to buy it through, like, Fidelity or Schwab. Zach Morris buying Revlon. Isn't he in jail? Man, it's really kind of starting to move on actually no fucking volume. I think if this gets some volume, it's gonna go crazy. It just gapped up to 84 cents. How much of this Revlon's price action has been? Article published in Revlon. Bloomberg saying shareholders will get nothing. Bullish? Wait, what? And the shareholders would get whatever the buyout price is. Are they giving them equity in something? Revlon holders don't get anything from a liquidation, but Revlon's at 95, 94 cents now, up 168%. Yeah, I just want the shit to rocket my $35 calls to print. Subscription only Bloomberg article. Article's talking about a debt restructuring deal. It goes to the lenders. Hmm. Deal calls for doling out ownership stakes in Revlon to secured lenders, while mostly wiping out the company's lowest ranking creditors and leaving existing stockholders with nothing. Curious. I'll need to read it. When does it go into effect? And has the bankruptcy court agreed to it yet? Can you just bring up the CNBC website for real-time data? Then you're not breaking any TOS. No? Just look at it yourself. I remember when I first joined the stream, there would be a strange human like warbling in the background. I thought it was an exotic pet, like a parrot, and then I realized it was Warden being held captive. Anyway, we've come a long way from then. Merry OPEX to all. Praise Santar. Thank you, Chaku. Her 81,957 Rev Jan 35s. Two of them are non-pickle jar members. I mean, if they go private and squeeze out the shorts, I'm okay with that too. Is GME going to Vega neutral? I don't know. No, that's way too far away. Yeah, they need to close. They need to close out equity positions and go private. I know nothing's coming from the bankruptcy for shareholders, but if they're going private, then they're very well. They're most likely not gonna go into liquidation. No later than December 22nd, 2022, the debtor shall file with the bankruptcy court A, the plan, B, the disclosure statement. Okay, but that doesn't mean that the court's going to accept it, right? That's cutting off like a lot of the lower end creditors is going to definitely be contested. You see this price action as being part of SLD still? It could be. How big do you think the short position still is in RevRQ? I can take a look. I mean, the borrow rate's 146% as of last Friday. Fails to deliver still a fairly significant amount of the volume traded. There's no actual short squeeze report though. Or short report. Hold on. Maybe. Looks like about 1.63 million shares sold short as of 11:30. Given the obligation spell now less than 2 days to place orders, are you surprised by GME and Upstart price action? Not really. Two futures just broke through an iron gate and are on the run on my hunting property right now. Helicopters, drones, dogs, cops everywhere. Merry Christmas. Sounds fun. Are you hunting the most dangerous game, Papa Muff? New 5-year warrants exercisable to purchase an aggregate number of shares of new common stock equal to, after giving effect to a full exercise of each, warrants and equity rights offering. So, for the buyout, you get warrants? What's your take on FedEx earnings this Tuesday? I don't really have one. Hmm. I feel like it's rallied kind of hard into the earnings period. I think we probably continue to see like a drop in earnings and revenue. Consumer spending was down over the last period. Do you think how much most people in here have listened to your voice for hours? It's a funny dynamic. To me, you sound like a financially wise old friend. To you, I'm just a human on the internet who claims to be a lord. What? And has a high cost basis. Happy holidays, Pickle Man. Happy holidays, Lord of Nork. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really think about it that much, but I suppose it's a strange social dynamic. Rick said Jimmy would be 1950 on Monday. I said it was possible. Subject to dilution by any new common stock issued in connection with any MIPA awards, 11.75% of the new common stock. All right, so it's a warrant offering. Will we be issued by reorganized holdings on the effective date pursuant to the new agreement? The strike price set an enterprise value of $4 billion. Holy shit. That's, hold on. An enterprise value of $4 billion. That's fucking, what was the free float on Revlon again? $7.52 million. That's shares outstanding, yes. What's the shares outstanding? That's like $73 a share. Wait. What's the opposite of bag holding? Hanging from a balloon. Is this the one time math is on my side? The enterprise value would be with the debt factored in. I'm not off a decimal place. It's $4 billion divided by 54.3 million shares. That's $73.66 a share. You're adding NVIDIA puts this week for March? At some point, yeah. I wrote a whole thing up on it last night, Sisyphus, mostly just for you. Aaron Alvin, don't say that. $1,000 end of day, man. What's the source for $4 billion? The enterprise valuation from the filing? I don't think we're gonna get $73 a share. I mean, I don't know. I haven't even read the filings yet. I'm just going off what people are telling me. At this point, I'd take $8 a share. I mean, I would too. It's at 98 cents right now. Or 94, 96. Is that accurate? Hold on. 96 cents a share right now. Has RevRQ stopped trading? No, it's just on OTC. Could it actually be that I just bought Jimmy calls at the bottom? Maybe. I sold my Revlon at a huge loss when they delisted. Well, why? Was it even worth it? Why would you say $73 a share? The enterprise valuation from the filings $4 billion. There's 54.3 million shares outstanding. That's $73.66 a share. How the fuck did you sell your Jan calls? I haven't even been able to. I get the math, but you're giving me hope. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to. Thanks for the dollar, Dork. You're just gonna do that every time. Wrecked, tried that. Google has caught on to my shenanigans. This isn't good, Dork. We need to figure out a way to fix this. Maybe if I time you out. Okay, I've timed you out. Or maybe if I hide you and then unhide you. Okay, you're still timed out, but try it again in 300 seconds. I mean I think the dollar super chats don't let you say anything. I think he was just seeing if it would pop up. RevRQ Jan calls has 10,000 asks, 0 bids. We've all been forced to hold these bags. Are we now looking at a potential squeeze on Revlon? I don't know. I haven't read the filings. They came out this morning, and I've been doing this. Yeah, Revlon's now at $1.24. It's up 257% so far today. Well, fuck this and go read. You go read the filings. You're the fucking lawyer. I'm just gonna watch the stock go up. Jesus Christ. If it keeps doing this for the rest of the day, I'm gonna be in the money. Alright, this is honestly getting. This is getting a little crazy. Yeah, I mean they would have to hedge anything open. IBAKR says RevRQ is 88 cents per share. What gives? Delayed data. What's the DD you wrote? Hashtag stockyard. Which one? Is your cost basis under or over 6? I mean, I bought some more this morning at like 40 cents when it started moving pretty hard. I don't know what my cost basis is. I'll have to figure it out because it's not telling me. Um, Hold on, give me a couple seconds. $4.42. But I can buy another 6 grand worth. I don't know. I wouldn't get too bullish right away. Generally this kind of shit, like the news breaks and you see some movement and then things calm down. The fucking market makers will go and burn down fucking the brokerages if those 81,000 calls go in the money. I'm not overly bullish. I'll sell at 69.69. I won't be greedy, and I'll hold out for 73. That's fucking ridiculous. I mean, it's pink sheet, so of course the spread's absurd. That's from their bankruptcy filings, because in the event of liquidation, shareholders receive nothing. But if there's a buyout, they can't cut out the shareholders. They have to buy out all of the existing equity to go private. Are we going to see an uncontainable fire at the RevRQ obligations warehouse? I mean, that's a lot of fucking calls, man. Someone please search on TradingView Upstart on the 1 minute with pre-market on November 9th when they had earnings. Please search for a gap around 1375 in the pre-market. I'll check it out. Hmm. Yeah, there's a gap between 14. I think there's a gap at 13.99. Maybe. I don't know if I can go that far back on the 1 minute. Maybe I can. Hold on, give me a second. There's a gap at 13. So, okay, so there's a gap at 1376. With 1376 to 1380. And there's another gap, 1385 to 1390. Everything else is filled. So there's two really small gaps in the pre-market there. Oh, liquidity's starting to get weird on Upstart again. And they're shorting the ever-loving fuck out of this today. Brett, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornishon, Gizmo Joke. Gizmo Jake, sorry. Are they valuing the 4 billion with 3.5 plus billion in debt liabilities? Yes. I haven't read any of the paperwork yet, but I would assume that the debt is part of it. I'm financially ruined. What happened now, Natty? I was hoping throwing a nickel in the fountain would break the cycle. Nothing happened. I'm just holding Fubo. What do you? It's a 2-year play. Did you think it was just only gonna go up? But Dad lost his job and came asking for a small loan. That's unfortunate. Is all of your money in Fubo? Tell him you need T+2 to decide. I'm not kidding. Was liquidity getting weird mean? Like non-Newtonian? I mean, it looks like they got like a little liquidity this morning on Upstart and GME. And they're both getting kind of more liquid. Which is a bit of a weird break in how this usually plays out. In the same message, he also wants to check out my new house. I hope he doesn't intend to ask to move in. Well, at least then you don't have to worry about the loan, right? Don't you live in England? Send him to the Dole office. It's like, sorry, Dad, you're on the Dole. I'm over leveraged. How does selling shares during a buyback work? Same as normal? Yeah. Did you buy the Rev float to distract us so we wouldn't ask OPEX questions? I didn't. Don't worry, it's not moving in. I'd sell Fubo at negative 50% rather than let it move in. Rough. Better hope he's not watching the stream. SPX 3850 today. Yeah, it looks like it's starting to come back. We'll see. It looked like it was coming back earlier, and then Dixie ripped out of nowhere and everything dropped. So we'll see if we can make some ground back up. That's why I was like kind of cautious about buying zero DTs. I have a few, but not many. Mostly buying calls for like this Friday and next for SPX. I've never seen Billionaire chat so bearish before. It's making me excited. Interesting. Which Billionaire's chat is super bearish? Is it Fubo? Because that's just Upstart and GME. Oh, the Upstart chat? Oh, okay. If he's watching the stream, he'll know why. He lost his job, A, and B, he has no money. Did you load up more calls on GME? No. Upstart is ridiculous. Is it? What are people complaining about? Ooh, thank you, Ben. Whereas governs warrant agreement entered by reorders holding will govern the new warrants, which will be consistent with the restructuring term sheet in form of substance acceptable debtors required consenting to 2020 B2 lenders. New 5-year warrants exercisable to purchase an aggregate number of shares in the new common stock equal to, after giving the effect to the full exercise of warrants. 11.75 in the new common stock should be issued by reorganized holdings on an effective date pursuant to new warrant agreement with a strike price set an enterprise value of $4 billion. New warrant agreement and/or a plan shall provide without limitation that to its fullest extent permissible by applicable law. Companies and entities that are not Brandco. Debtors other than Brandco entities. Oh, that's interesting. So splitting the company off from its IP? You're driving to work right now. What's the upper resistance for SPX today? Listening to shitty service means no streams. Stupid California. 3855. Whiskey Dave. What's going on with Revlon? Looks like they're trying to reorganize debt and split off Brandco at a $4 billion valuation with a warrant issuance for debt holders. Valuation's excess of what I thought equity holders would have seen. Upstart Billionaires chat is pretty bearish. Upstart would need to run 70% for me to break even on my shares. What price are your shares at? You bought them at 24? 24.50? No averaging down ever? I love boobs and SPX 0 GTs that print 100%. Greg, thank you for everything you do and all the time you spend with us. When ES trading stream? Probably never. I don't want to stream at night. You say they're splitting the OP on Rev? I mean, it's the way this is worded, it kind of sounds like it. I'm pretty underwater on Tesla 16C weeklies. Any chance you could take a quick look and give me some thoughts? 160? Are you playing Tesla weeklies at 160? I mean, if Tesla runs for OPEX, you're probably fine, but yeah, kind of a rough decision. I don't know. Do you want to average them down? I'd imagine they're fairly cheap. They're like 91 cents. Seems like a little bullish for my tastes, but I'm not particularly interested in Tesla right now. You tell the brass not to run everything till Wednesday when my funds settle? That's not how that works. Peeler up 4x on rep shares. Let's fucking go. The valuation seems way higher than I thought it would be. It's got to be including the debt, but I've got to look at more of the paperwork, or someone has to. I'm busy right now. I'm not going to read through it. Like multiple billions higher than I thought it would have been. I mean, what's weird is that's not. I don't think that valuation is including Brandco, and I assumed Brandco would be a much larger part of any valuation, or like enterprise valuation that they got in the form of a buyout or private equity offering. Someone DM Carl the paperwork. It's probably plastered all over the Revlon channel, Carl. It says the debtors other than the Brandco's entities. Is it ref pricing the initial valuation? Shouldn't there be a counter offer at a lower price? Probably. And the thing is, I'm not sure how this works with bankruptcy court. It's on the Revlon investor relations page under SEC filing. Very long and complex filing. Okay, yeah, I'd imagine it would be. That's why I kind of don't want to dig into it right now because it'll take me all fucking day. September 100p, 2 out of the money for Nvidia. No, I don't think so. September, definitely not. I mean, above my target, like my price target for Nvidia for next year. GME breaking 20 soon? Yeah, it's moving back up. GME generally doesn't stay below, like, I don't think it's going to stay below 20 for long. I would assume that the court would need to approve this agreement in order for it to go through, right? But if it goes through, that would destroy the shorts. Like, the shorts would have to get the fuck out. And there's 1.6 million shares short. And Revlon's gone up 220% today on 252,000 volume. Is that correct? $522,000 volume today. But how much of that is just buying? Oh, I guess they reached a deal on the $500 million loan payment, ending the litigation on December 16th. Citigroup, as Revlon's loan agent, had accidentally used its own money in August 2020 to prematurely pay off an $894 million loan owed by billionaire Ronald Perelman's now bankrupt cosmetic company. Some of the recipients returned their payouts to Citi after realizing the mistake, which the U.S. bank blamed on human error, but the 10 lenders had refused, saying the bank paid what they were owed. About 3/4 of the mistaken payments have now been returned to Citibank. Lawyers for both Citigroup and the lenders sent a letter to a federal judge. Citibank expects to file notices of dismissal in the coming weeks if payments are made as per the agreement, the document says. Friday's resolution ends more than 2 years of litigation by Citigroup against Brigade Capital Management, HPS Investment Partners, Symphony Assets Management, and other lenders over a blunder that the bank's chief executive, Jane Fraser, called a massive unforced error. Whoops. Interesting. All right, well, if the Citibank shit's out of the way, doesn't the filing imply only the lenders will receive the valuation and nothing to the shareholders? I haven't read it yet. But no, I don't think so. You can't go private without buying out the public equity. That makes a ton of sense, and that's a big win for RevRQ. Yeah, well, the Citibank shit's off the table, then they can actually proceed with stuff. Oh, not to mention, if the company goes private, the shorts have to get the fuck out, like MMTLP, right? Someone told me what happens to my Rev 35 calls. Well, if Revlon goes up a lot, or goes above $35, they'll be worth money. Otherwise, they won't be. I mean, here's the deal, right? Before Revlon goes private, like, institutions are going to want to come in and pay for that arbitrage, right? So say institutions can receive like $73 a share in the private equity holding or per the warrants, right? They're gonna want to buy up shares. And maybe that's some of what we're seeing here, or a little bit of speculation on it. Short interest figures reported on Wednesday this week? No, they were reported on the 15th, I think. They're not tradable, but they're sellable if the value on them goes up. If Rev actually goes to 73 a share, I'm retiring. After we spend a day together when you become Pontiff of VWAP, Saman. My rev calls are held with TDA. Okay. Yeah, they are PCO, so there's no new options. With SPX price action today, it still hasn't changed your price target of 39.65 this week conservatively. No. Which one is more probable? GME to 35 or SPX to 39.65? I don't know. I mean, SPX to 39.65 is probably more probable. Jimmy could still run though. It's only the first day. We've never seen an OPEX, I don't think, settle on the first day. November started on Friday and ran through, but we've never had one that I think like started on Monday. $39.50 on SPX for Friday. $260, not a bad price. This Friday, it's too soon, I think. Booking my flight to New York now. If RevRQ hits $35, I'm buying Gherkin a new chair. I just got a new chair. Rev's not going to $73. Everyone needs to relax, and I need to read the filing before everyone gets obscenely bullish for no reason. Wait, you all didn't close out your RevRQ calls a month or two ago when someone bought 20K of them? No, and I had the like sale order at 0.05 and none of mine filled. I don't think the run is confusion of people thinking the valuation is 4 billion when that's the number used to determine the strike price of the warrants 5 years out. Yeah, I'm aware. But I don't think the runs from that. That's an awful lot of volume. Like I can see retail believing that, but they're not buying that much of the fucking stock. There can only be one at any given time, but I'll make a schedule if necessary. Something that stops the shaky leg. You know what it is? It's because of the way this chair sits. Like my feet are in better contact with the ground than they were in the previous chair. And so I can really just shake the shit out of my leg. It's great. Let's go, Rev. Only 6 more to go. This chart is garbage, by the way. Let's see, is SPS gonna fill the downside? Relations. What's ES doing? Now oil's up 240 BPS. Dixie's back down again. Does anybody ever find out what triggered that run on Dixie? What the fuck was that? Check dork mail. Support at google.com. Oh, Jesus Christ. Can you just create a new Gmail account? I know it's only temporary. It doesn't last forever, but if they did it, it can take some time. I've tried to reach out to them before though, and it takes like 30 days for them to contact me back. I'll try it after the stream. Does it affect just one leg or all four? I love your line. My joke referred to the content creator getting sick due to his promiscuity in the Boston area. Do you sell if it reaches 5 or hold? I still have to read the paperwork. It'll depend. If Rev goes to 70, I will buy you an infinity swimming desk. We'll see what happens. I mean, it seems like the debtors would want to be buying up the outstanding shares if that were the. But I need to look at it. And I'm not sure how it being, part of bankruptcy proceedings affects a privatization. So I'll have to look into that too. I mean, options contracts on Revlon currently don't have any value, but they could. I mean, options contract is still the right to buy 100 shares of the underlying at the strike. On the effective date, all interest in Revlon will be canceled, released, extinguished, and discharged. Hmm. I don't know. I think it would depend on how fast the bankruptcy court hears the offer. Bankruptcy proceedings are pretty specialized, and I don't know that much about them. Give the company a path to exiting bankruptcy in April 2023. I have no idea. I need to read the filing. You might want to write, I have no idea. I need to read the filing on the screen. You mind posting your findings in the Discord for those of us that can't lie about working? Cough, the mods, lol. Yeah, after I dig through it. Just snacks. It's okay. So I got to the bottom of my RevRQ was liquidated. Funny story, my stock broke compliance as risk tolerance for the stock now 60 days after delisting, and all of a sudden a bunch of news today. Interesting. Thoughts on Goldman stating that Bobby has the highest positive cash flow yield over the next 12 months out of all stocks. What? They're just describing a percentage point move based on it currently being negative. Remember when JP Morgan said they were positioning to Jimmy because of a short squeeze possibility and nothing happened? Pepperidge Farm remembers. That's not exactly what they said, but yeah, I do remember. No, Discord's not muted. Revlon and GME both look fairly similar to how they looked this morning. The spread created from in pre-market seems to be closing. So I mean, we don't have enough information yet, but on GME it doesn't. Hold on. Yeah, GME liquidity starting to move back with the trend. Upstart the same. So it looks like the drive to illiquidity from this morning's pre-market is reversing, but we still need more data. SPX about to move. Start moving. No, I don't think Discord's muted. Jimmy borrow rate hasn't gone up. Is this a concern at all? I don't think so. The prime rate was trending up on Friday. Yeah, that would be good. That would just mean like a short stall and the realization of liquidity moving back to mean, which could be promising towards the end of the day today, but it's still early. When did you say SLD deposits need to be completed by today? Opening bell. I don't know. Qasim's doing a share offering now. I'd probably stay away from it. It's risky. I bought some this morning and got stopped out almost right away. Remember, I invested way too much money because some people on the internet said it was going to give me generational wealth? My regarded ass does. Sorry, pigeon teeth. So this morning, you know, Jamie was trending down. Secondary pools of liquidity were trending up. So it looked like we're about to realize a bunch of liquidity. But then this morning they kind of snapped towards each other, but now the trend appears to be reversing. Kind of like that. So it just looks like they got some extra pressure to short with this morning, which I think I mentioned in the DD. Generational wealth in the terms of learning to sell CCs to make your investment zero and finding an OC mentor. Thank you so much, Bob Lewis, Brigadier Shill. Ooh, goodbye coming up on Rev. Maybe? or maybe not. I've toyed with the idea of switching all my shares to leaps at these lows. What think? Uh, Probably not a great. I mean, how much more leverage are you gonna get? And what leaps? Like 25 or 24? For my shares on Upstart, I probably wouldn't average down unless we go below 14. Even then, I'd rather buy more shares after the, like, if I'm gonna go long on it, which at that point I would be going long on like the long-term thesis of, you know, credit market stabilization uh, significantly improving their price. But if I were to do that, I probably would wait until after their next earnings and target like 11.50 or 12. Upstart's fairly it's fairly exposed to what the SPX does today. I think if SPX moves up, the drop today is going to be uh, gone pretty quickly. Just grabbed a bunch of RevRQ at $1. Thanks, Rug Pulipotamus. I mean, it only snaps back when it's below VN if the market maker is repositioning. So IV would need to be rising, right? Because then that forces the market maker to start hedging like buying into rising volatility. What's with the Revlon squirt? Some news about taking the company private. Anyone have experience with how long it takes for cash to settle in Fidelity? Should be able to use it right away. Can you help me turn 2K into 40K? If you're extremely responsible, maybe. How long of a time frame? For options? I don't know. Probably a couple days, like whatever the ACH settlement time is. Thanks, Breton. Do you plan to average down for OPEX? If we can start to get some confirmation, I'll buy more. Are you still bullish on RevRQ? I don't know yet. I need to read the filing. Let's just said Twitter has been in the fast lane to bankruptcy since May. So I ask, what happened in May? I think the better question to ask is why the fuck would he buy a company that was on the fast track to bankruptcy for $54 a share? Let's say 2 months. Yeah, I mean not possible without losing it all. You'd have to get lucky. Because it wasn't about the money, it was about the information. What information? We're back to 20 fast, maybe. 20 cents. He's tendering investment offers for Twitter at, yep, you guessed it, 54.20. The man's not a comedian, but he's certainly funny. That rhymes. I got double bankrupt. Why the drop again? I don't know. I still have to read the filing, guys. You're just asking me questions I know nothing about. Hey Gurk, it's me, Dork. I'm using Danel's handle. Check DM. No, you're not Dork. I know it's a lie, Dork. It was the RevRQ filing and OPEX. I don't know what's happening with it yet. 2 paragraphs of the filing. All I've taken away from it is that the creditors and debtors are all about the restructuring. I'm sure they are. What stocks except VW and GME have you encountered that has the biggest potential for a real short squeeze? Revlon did at one point, before they delisted it. Upstart, if it goes back on Reg Show again, that'd be interesting. Ooh, today's the first day. And nobody knew about VW's short squeeze potential. But I mean, short squeezes are pretty rare, and with reporting and disclosure requirements, it's almost impossible for short positions to become trapped, or at least trapped beyond what their margin can cover. I wonder if Rev questions have surpassed the OPEX questions today. Oh, definitely. Did they just delist Rev so they wouldn't have to hedge the Jan 35Cs, you think? I mean, no, but the delisting decision was kind of arbitrary. Hey, it's me, Carl, using my Carl account, just giving you a heads up. Thanks, Carl. Check TMs. What do you got? Bottom of the Dorito. What is this? Is this just the like overlaid prices for the ETFs? Hmm. You don't think there are traders that saw the VW squeeze coming? No. The VW squeeze was orchestrated. It was an orchestrated short squeeze by Porsche, where a company decided to act like a hedge fund. That's a market movement 2 minutes prior to Powell's speech. Are we an entirely fraudulent system? It's just repositioning. That doesn't mean the speech had anything to do with it. I mean, last week? YouTube's really cracking down here lately. Who else did they get? Porsche the car company or Porsche the hedge fund that happens to make cars? Have rules changed to make it harder for a company to do what Porsche did on VW? Um, it's a good question. I don't know if that strategy would even work in like American markets. Europe has different short disclosure requirements, and like short positions are publicly visible. So it makes it obviously easier to confirm that something will happen if you were to take an action like that. They got bipolar bear. Yeah, I would agree that maybe he got himself. Whatever. It doesn't last long when they shadow ban you. It's not that big of a deal. Did JPal's last speech save the shorts from getting squeezed out of the market? A little bit, yeah. Short and never cover, ideally. I declare self shadow banned. No, today's just doesn't matter. Although GME does seem to be getting a little spicier. RevRQ dropping on significantly more volume than went up on. Hmm. Well, I never cover even when hugely profitable. Well, if you can drive a company out of business, then you don't have to cover, right? Because covering drives the price back up. And if your short position's big enough, it can drive it up enough that you stop making money and start losing it. Just got done taking a poo in the pasture. Considering Dixie moves and SPX being sort of droppy, sort of choppy, what's the new outlook for SPX today? I'm still considering like the same range. It's the mid-afternoon. But I mean, positioning to the upside still looks strong. We're definitely still anchored to that 38, 35 price point to some degree. Although 38.25 negative gamma is getting a little stronger, we did bounce off of it. For the 0 DTEs, it doesn't look so hot. Gamma 120 is fairly flat, with only real interest being at 4,000. Let me check something else out here. Negative 3.8 billion gamma from Friday. $21 billion. Jesus. I don't think we're seeing a lot of the realization of the hedge falling off, to be honest. But that's why I bought calls for the like 30th and for this Friday. Usually on SPX you see the hedge, like the effect of the hedge falling off realized on T1, but sometimes you don't. So betting on it like a T+1 move is pretty risky. Thoughts on grabbing 100 Rev Q at 50 cents on a spec play for April? I'd want to read that filing first. Gherk, they shadow banned me too. Clearly they're coming after the smartest and best quants. Wait, Popcorn Trader, are you really shadow banned? Why is everyone getting shadow banned today? Is Kenny trying to silence us? If Jimmy and Upstart run to GM-ish price, they would need to run 50 to 100%. Whenever I consider this, I can't help but think about if it's able to be explained away by the media. Does this matter at all? I mean, November 3rd, GME ran from like 200 to 250 and nothing was said at all, right? On January 6th, it ran up in after hours like $50, and all they did was announce a thing which had already been announced for months in the Wall Street Journal. I can see you, Jason. And you weren't ignoring me again. No. You're not shadow banned, Dave of the Pigeon Wheel Daves. Including attack on the brightest. I'm shadowbound as well. No, you're not. So you're hoping covering between today and tomorrow before we start to consider no OPEX. I mean, no OPEX is run on Monday. I mean, not really run. We've had some, like, a couple Mondays where we move up into the end of the day, but the runs have never begun on a Monday. I don't know if you guys remember May, but May was rough. I know what was it, like May, like the day before we ran, I think Jimmy dropped like a lot. I think Monday and Tuesday, right? Jimmy went down pretty hard. That's why everyone was like trying to sell cover calls. Yeah, on the Tuesday before the May run, we dropped 10.67%. But March too, right? No, March was, I guess it was just the earnings drop. I felt like we had a bigger drop intraday at one point. Maybe it was Monday. Yeah, Monday at one point we went from a high of like 2486 down to a low of 2314, so it was like a 7% drop in the middle of the day. But then it went back up into close and then rocketed on Tuesday. Hmm. Do we usually run end of day Tuesday into Wednesday? I mean, usually Tuesday or Wednesday. It's not always end of day Tuesday. Sometimes it's right off the bat. Oh, say the thing about every OPEX being profitable. Yeah, depending on when you enter and exit, every OPEX has the potential for profitability on the upside. At least this year. We didn't go back into last year, right, Carl? Dan Weeklies, you know, all we need for you to do is buy puts on GME. I got shadow banned, but I unbanned myself. Brett, double gifting. It's Bleak. Welcome to Cornichon. Thank you so much, Brett. If I'm not shadow banned, why haven't you read my members chat? Checkmate shill? Members chat? Where? Oh. Woo, then it's safe to say this and ask if I'm starting to go to 1,000 this week. Happy OPEX days, Gurk. No, I don't think Upstart's going to $1,000. That's ridiculous. Are there any OPEX stocks you looked at in the past that ran on cycles and then they stopped? There's a couple, yeah, that kind of like broke correlation. In other words, if you sell a stock higher than you bought it, you can make money. No, that's not how that works. If you buy GME specifically in that time frame at its low before OPEX and then sell within 5 or 10% of the peak following, then it is profitable. So it's a very specific time period, not just if you buy a stock low and then sell it high, you make money. That isn't always true, right? If a stock is declining in value over a period of time, then no matter when you buy it, you will lose money. So in a 6-day window presents a period that is always profitable. That is something to take note of. But I'd have to pay taxes, and SS said those are bad. I mean, you don't have to pay taxes if you don't make money. So that's my January 127.50s. Like, I don't even know why you own those. Are they for Jan 2024? Why does Rev suddenly have volume? Is this the R pass? Because they announced like a debt restructuring agreement today. We'll see if it goes through. But it sounds like it might. Superstock might have promised generational wealth, but I'll take the generational capital losses. I'm set for the next 12 years. Is Fubo nearing the end of the falling wedge on the daily? Maybe? It's more of a downtrend on Fubo. I haven't looked at its daily chart in a few days, though. Yes? Yeah, it's on the bottom of it. It's sort of... It sort of bounced off the bottom in pre-market this morning. Like, right here. What's this? Is this, like, accurate? Hold on. That's not that accurate. Yeah. Kind of bounced off the bottom of it in pre-market. But maybe it tests it again. Hey, Dork's back. Welcome back, Dork. New Dork. Agreement assumes Revlon will seek bankruptcy court approval of the plan to hand ownership to the lenders in the coming months, but allows the company to sell itself instead. Interesting. I've executed some of my best trades on the toilet with my legs asleep. Huh. Check the ad. Oh. But it started running before the auction started. I made a COVID trick this morning and now I'm dead like my upstart calls. What the fuck? I need a smaller time frame, Dork. I know you thought I'd never ask that, but we're just looking at Dixie stuff. November OPEX looks great, Gaff. Thanks for asking, man. What's up, Casey? The rev situation sounds a lot like what went down with Sears. Well, the debtors and creditors would like it to be that way, I'm sure. I finally figure out why you hate me. It's because I wake up 6 hours after you and then ask the same questions everyone else has for the last 3 hours. Possibly. But I don't think I hate you, Surface Smurf. At least not that I'm aware of. Actual paper trader here. That's rare. When options expire or close, what does the MM do? I heard you mention upside from that for the whole market. I'm trying to understand the why. Well, they would drop whatever hedge they have. Right? So those contracts are, cash settled, at least for SPX, if that's what you're referring to. And then they can drop their hedge on the underlying because those contracts no longer exist, and so they no longer have to be hedged. And it's the movement of that massive, 200 and something $billion hedge that affects a significant amount of movement in like the large indices. I'm not ignoring you. What's up, T Engineer? Did you also get shadow banned? Why do you have any thoughts on buying Fubo 24 versus 25 leaps? Is 25 too far out to take advantage of near-term price swings? No? You could use those to take advantage of it. I have a lot of 2024 leaps. I have some 2025 leaps on Fubo. They're pretty decent, and they're last I looked really cheap. Yeah, they're still really cheap. And you can get leverage on 100 shares at $3 for $1 a share. It's not bad. Wind Moon, you tell me, fucking cat. What's GME's delta neutral? How about that? Let's start with the easy stuff. I miss Freg too. Did you say AA spit on Twitter about how they raised 160 million with Ape despite the shareholder restriction on new issuance? Are people buying more? That's my only question. Now that he's doing a humble brag on Twitter about how he fucked over his shareholders, are they gonna buy more? How bullish are they? Shadow banned? What is this? Twitter? I don't know. Are you a journalist? Too soon? When OPEX? Well, OPEX was Friday after market close. The settlement of that is T+2. Technically market makers have T+2+2. Generally their repositioning occurs within the first period. Because it'd be very risky for them to drag it out longer. When will you roll Jimmy upstart jam calls during this OPEX? Sorry again, I got a work call just to tell me to rewind if you covered it. Um I don't know if I did. Probably. I'm sure someone else asked, but like Wednesday. And I wouldn't roll. I'd probably just close them and then wait. Tesla OPEXing? Did it start moving up yet? Oh yeah, look at it go. Back up to 2%. Maybe. Although I wouldn't say it's significantly outperforming the turnaround in the market. It is a bit. Baba's up again today. Ooh. Hold on. I gotta check on something. Did it just keep holding BP? I guess so. $40? Another long-term buy and hold. Strikes again. Anybody else have BP? What was your entry? Hmm. My June 35s are way the fuck out. I want to hold that? I guess so. Hmm. Curious. Okay. Maybe turn around a little bit. I posted it in the fucking daily, Edwin. It's in the daily. Just go look at it in the daily. I posted it this morning. It's on the 4-hour candle. It doesn't change much intraday, generally speaking. Does anyone wish there was just a subreddit where you could talk about Jimmy as an investor and not some insane DRS cultist? I need a help group for my bags. There is. There's also the Discord, but we have a subreddit, I think. It's linked in the description. I heard Musk is gonna make you CEO of Twitter. First act, we go back public. Then I dump my bags and quit. Did dream this, or did you recently say 38 to 40 was a nearby target for GME? I think you're referring to the like VWAP graph and like the standard deviation moves. It's 3830 to 4305 was like the implied move based on historic data. $124 leaps. Yeah, I guess it's not that bad. I mean, you definitely get more leverage. You take some risk though, and that doesn't happen. AMC Christmas squeeze. Adam Aaron saying something big is coming this week. AMC's a pile of shit. I don't care what happens to it. Thank you, Brett. Al, welcome to Cornishon. Give Brett a shout out for hooking you up. If the quants disappeared tomorrow, would you be able to recreate the calcs you use? Not all of them, no. More advanced shop from SPX. We. It's not so much the calcs that's the problem, it's the programming. That's the part I'm really bad at. Gaff, tell me when Tesla bond downgrade so I can sell more deep in the money cover calls. Some Wall Streeters play such shameful games with AMC. Leaked to the press, AMC liquidity fear. Their FUD spreading is not illegal, but is evil and irresponsible. He needs to dump more shares. Oh, poor turd. Everyone should learn how to trade. Or everyone should learn how to code. Sorry. Ew. Can't you hire people for that? That seems like work. Like a job kind of thing. Almost like labor. I hate work. Ew. Math more important than programming in the long term. I have neither, so ignore me. Ugh. I hate the market today. Have you hired engineers to make fire extinguishers? Does this mean JPOW can no longer say labor markets are hot in his next meeting? Interesting. We are in the settlement period, Roberto. You know that the Philadelphia Fed like changed their labor stat numbers and like revised them by like they went from like 1.2 million job openings to like 10,500 for quarter 2 2022. And I feel like that tells a very different story about the heat in the labor market and maybe something that shouldn't have been overlooked for so fucking long. I don't know if it was a typo, but that's a pretty big revision, right? Nothing to see here. Labor market strong. How the fuck did he rationalize that? I mean, wages are rising, but on the lower end, right? But that's a broader swath of the job market. I'm a self-proclaimed internet top programmer. The only caveat is I can only program SARS to infect YouTube famous internet stock ads. I still haven't tested positive yet, and I feel a little better now than I did this morning. I think. Although I didn't sleep last night, so it's hard to tell. No, it's not that there's more options interest open on Upstart. It's that there's less gamma competing with the positive gamma on the chain at those levels. And so very little call buying far out of the money is skewing gamma max to the upside. Wouldn't that be several typos in a row? Yeah, it would be several missing digits. How'd you catch that revision? I didn't. I saw it somewhere. They posted about it, and I was like, wow, that's a big fucking change. And yeah, SPX monthly low earlier today. You mean later today? I don't know. No, Webull doesn't track your adjusted cost basis. Wages are rising to combat job losses in the market. People paying more for people to stay with fewer positions open. It's a false equivalency, but it's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Common for JPOW announcements, honestly. The more he talks about it, the more it ends up coming into existence in some way. Yeah, a lot of weight into the Fed's words nowadays. Oh, that's what I wanted to look at. You think CMBS's exuberance is cooling a bit, Gaff? I hate this fucking market. Why? That's only something somebody with zero DTs would say. Are you gonna go below 3,800 today? I have no idea. I don't think so. But to be fair, I thought we'd have a stronger move up earlier, and that got fucking rug pulled hard with the move in Dixie. Which I still don't know why that happened. Let's see. Housing market index dropped. Yields up on the 3 month and yields down on the 6 month. Wait, up or down? Hold on. What was the previous? Oh, okay. So yields down on the 6 month. Yields up on the 3 month. Huh. I can't believe Upstart's at 14. Do you think we can go lower? There's two gaps in like the high $13 range from earnings. Hey, Gurk, just wondering, do you consider yourself an internet micro celebrity at this point? No? Gurk, I just got to the stream. Should I panic sell everything? I don't know. What's your heart telling you? How dare you, Gaff? Check DMs. Gherkin in his shadow dance. That's pretty amazing, Pigeon Teeth. I'm not gonna lie. Hmm. Alright, so we're getting some more call interest. We're getting a buildup of call interest there, though. Some of the upside puts are starting to sell off. Although there aren't very many at 38.35. Ooh. 3,800 put interest is rocketing. I think those puts are going to keep us from moving up through that. 120 expiration, pretty flat. Most of it at 4,000. Yeah, we'd still have to move through 38.50. And that doesn't look like it's happening. Some more price action at like 38.20 and 38.25. Hmm. Oops. Oh, yes, looks like it might sell off really hard here real quick. Maybe we do test 3,800. Jimmy under 20 again. Yep. Just reported some brokers temporarily halted trading on RevRQ. Interesting. Did it... It's just been dropping, right? Ooh, it recovered at like 62 cents. Interesting. How many brokers? Buying any GME sub 20? I bought some last Friday. I really don't want to buy any more right now. Thoughts on holding 38.50 Fridays? I still have some. I'll probably, if this tests 3,800, I'll probably pick up a couple more, but I don't know if it's going to. And then averaging down at this point isn't really worth it yet. There's a $500,000 trade sitting in your inbox. For what? For Jamie? Got a bull put spread? Weird. Bear put spread? Where's the next big support on SPX? 3,800. We're far enough below 38.35 that it's not going to have any more effect. Well, not a significant one. That doesn't mean we're going to go up today, Rocket Randall. Maybe tomorrow. Didn't a bull put spread show up before the May run? I think it was more than one of them, but yeah, I remember something like that. Nope, stay stable. Fidelity report, it's not them, it's a few exchanges. But pink sheets are transacted broker to broker. What fucking exchanges? Any good tulip tickers? I'm hearing now might be a good time to short them. There's a gap around 37.50, right? Maybe we hit that and run up. We'd have to drop really hard into the end of the day to fill that gap. That gap goes down all the way to like 37.60. I'd be surprised. There's long-term resistance at 38.12 also, which we're getting very close to. 38.12, 69. Do I have that marked on the WeBull chart? Yeah, I do. Right here. Yeah, the rest of the gap fill at this point would mean 150 basis point move to the downside. I kind of want to pick up some 38.35s, but maybe on a test of 38.12. Huh. Hmm. Or is this going to bounce before then? That's looking a little better. $38.35. Okay. Still holding 1230 SPX puts till end of day, or just until a test of 3800? The only ones I have left are the 3950s. I was kind of holding those as like a hedge to any upside call positioning I buy in case it slipped further, which it has. Um, so yeah, I'll probably sell those off soon. I don't like it particularly though, because that leaves me super exposed to the downside with nothing. Well, I mean, I guess I have VIX to protect me, but we're not dropping very quickly, right? So VIX isn't spiking. Market Edge and OTCL NKECN exchanges. So which one's the error on? Yeah, for a PMCC, your bot call should be in the money. Ideally. Bullish on Rev. Interested in it. UBS, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Thank you so much. Saw a 30K share order go through at 2080. On what? What's your thesis or an SPX bounce today? I'm not sure if it will, but I'm not buying calls for today. If we move up a little higher, Gamma gets pretty strong again around the 38-35 level. At least for a move to the upside. A lot of the negative Gamma kind of falls off. But I don't know if we'll make that move up today or not. We could. I just picked up some more 38-35s for this Friday. So I have 38-35 and 38-50 for this Friday. And then 38-50, 38-70 for next Friday. What was that spike on Upstart to 1538? Where? Did it fill orders in the $15 range? What time is that? 1351? Yeah, I don't even see that order printing to the tape. It shows 77,000 volume, but there's nothing on the time and sales. Are you surprised the SPX lost a month's worth of gains in 4 days on positive inflation news and a 50 BPS rate hike? Yeah, the downside move is excessive and very heavily leveraged in the short term. But the problem still being that there isn't a lot of long-term leverage. So while the move down was a bit more rapid than expected, now the short's kind of like exhausted and a little bit overcrowded. And that's going to lead to like capitulation in the shorter term contracts. And then we still have yet to realize the dumping of a fairly significant amount of hedging from Friday. So I think that'll have some effect as well. But if not today, then tomorrow. We've dropped what, 500 BPS since Thursday? It's got to be kind of close to that, right? I think it's Tuesday of last week. I mean, well, let's just go from Thursday, I guess. Yeah, about 560 BPS. It's a big fucking move down. And so much of it on like really short dated leverage, right? I would need to contact the OMSLA and figure out if Ivy did wrong doing not informing clients of the liquidation on the day they refinance their debt. Sus as fuck. Huh. Interesting. FinTwit big enough to move SPX? Nothing but bears on there. No, probably not. Yeah, it was more that the Fed raised the target rate. Wouldn't the 17th be more liquid? Yeah, the AM expiration. Or the equivalent since it's far dated. I mean, none of the spreads are particularly great for March. The AM expiration for March is probably a little bit better than the quarter end expiration. But it's not great sub 3,700. 36 has some interest. Below 36, the spreads get pretty wide. Wait, that's calls. Sorry. Maybe these are a little better. Yeah, these aren't too bad. The 31st is okay too. At least the strikes I'm looking at, which are, and it's also a bit cheaper, I think, than the AM expiration contracts. These tend to be a lot more money. 3,700's here, 83.30 versus the 31st contract. Delta's negative 35. Also 35. I might get some AM expiry for the 17th. Maybe a little higher. Maybe like the 3750s, 3700s. I want more time on the other ones, or at least time to roll them. The Fed rate increase seemed precautionary. It was a nice setup for the shorts. Yeah. I don't think I agree with the Fed continuing to raise interest rates at this point. I think it's gonna do more harm than good, but my meta short is going really well. Nice. This looks like a slow grind down to a new low. Oh, I agree. But we can still see upside during that period. I think if we do see a blow off from the expiration on Friday and a move up, it's going to be fairly short lived. Maybe a day or two, and then I think downside from there will be probably a lot faster. Because I think then we'll start to see some like bigger positioning. Did you look at the chart? I'm not really expecting very much upside. And conservatively, like 39.65, which is, say, from here, that's a like 400 BPS move up. which I expect to then be followed by like an 800 BPS move to the downside, maybe a little more. Yeah, thousand BPS move to the downside. I'm not buying any calls in that range though. I'm buying calls at like 38.35 and 38.50. Much more conservative than the price target. My eyes are bleeding. Poke the market. Market fell through 38.12. $3,800's the next stop. Is this gonna pick up any momentum here? Jesus. The future sell-off's kind of nuts. VIX is still down on the day. I love it. How do you feel about Hashi? I took some profits on calls. I'm gonna re-enter them as it moves back into my buy range. I'll probably pick up some more if it moves towards the bottom of my range. So, I'll be looking 25, 50 and lower to do some more DCAing. I still like the company a lot. They're doing well. Did you look at their earnings report? I think they're on track to profitability pretty soon. There is some concern with like capex in the short term, as companies may pull back some capex. So it would be a longer hold, but if you can get it at cheaper prices than 25.50, that's a really good deal. Only 32 days left on Gens for Upstart. Time to roll. I mean, I'm not rolling for at least 2 more days. Is anyone predicting a December crash due to tax loss harvesting? I don't know if it would trigger a crash, but I could see us moving down really hard in the last week of December. Like after Christmas, probably just straight down into the new year. Jimmy just not trading the last few minutes? Yeah, it is. Not a lot, but it's trading. I think there were, yeah, like these 2 candles with very little volume. Is there still a chance of a market push up before equity sell off? Or have we already seen the ups? I don't think we're going to see a lot more ups. With the Fed revising the forward rate, like we've probably peaked, but we could still see some upside due to the drop of like massive hedging on Friday, right? But if that upside's not going to be as high. We're not going to, I don't think we're going to hit like the 4,100 level again. Really? A bounce at 38.08? Two upside gaps on the intraday. Right, most of the downside gap is filled now. Only 126 BPS gap left on the downside. I don't know if futures is going to turn around here or not. Seems like an excessive amount of futures repositioning after the expiration. Is VIX dropping? What the fuck? The market is wacky as shit today. What is going on? We're down 100 BPS on SPX. VIX is also down almost 2%. I gotta call mom. So it would now be a perfect time to get some liquidity to short the bejesus out of vol stocks. It would be. So it'd be good to run the stocks and then short the fuck out of them into the new year. Or a market crash for SPX. I still don't think we see anything significant till like late January. Maybe if we get a crash, maybe it begins starting like in the early part of January, moving into like March. Who do you think is gonna be the highest price for GME this month? I don't know. It depends on if we run for OPEX. If we run for OPEX, probably like 30 or 35. Somewhere around there. We've never gotten a Monday OPEX run, though. Not unless it started running on the previous Friday. Change from an inflationary market to recession, maybe? Not yet, because there's still a chance for the Fed to claw back rate increases with January's CPI print. PCE this Thursday is going to be really important too. If PCE comes in better than the previous month, that could drive some stability, if nothing else. I mean, today's on the back end of a $4 trillion reposition, so try to be patient with it and be careful with like zero DTE risk. God, I really wish we full poured into SPX puts last week instead of waiting for 4,200. We had two chances when it was at 4,100. I was full port SPX puts last week almost. Or not full port, but my SPX position was basically entirely short, besides an upside straddle, which I'm still carrying the long side of, unfortunately. Very much port, yeah. There was a lot of SPX put buying last week. Do you see Sava running on OPEX also? I have some positions on it. It looks interesting. Most of them are kind of out of the money. Sava generates a lot of volatility when it gets volume. So not so much targeting like an upside price point for it, but more just that it'll pick up some volatility if everything else does. I put on my fingerless gloves, but it's because my fingers are cold, not because I'm ready to rip. I don't know. I haven't read the bankruptcy plan yet. SPX done moving down for the day? Maybe. Futures seem to be stabilizing. I think futures are done going down. Futures bottomed at the top of the JPM collar. I wonder how much futures hedging is involved in that collar. There's got to be some, or at least some counter hedging from other parties on futures. That's something I should probably dig into. A very interesting turnaround point. Yeah, futures are starting to look pretty decent here. Oil's still up on the day, and Dixie's still down, and VIX is still down. So I wouldn't, I wouldn't like, because of that, like, I wouldn't put a lot of weight on the near term downside move. Like, I think it's just an opportunity to maybe get some calls, which is what I've been doing. I hope I'm right. SMT Summit up 31% today. You guys were talking about that last week. Yeah, we brought it up at one point. Someone mentioned, I can't remember what was going on with it. It's a bio. Oh yeah, it was they have some sort of drug they're working on for CDI. It's a molecule antibiotic. It's in phase 3 clinical trials. So maybe there was some like news about the clinical trials. I'm not a big fan of playing pharma. So I'm down to some Jimmy 1230 21Cs for 85. I feel pretty good about them. Oh, nice. Good news, I managed to make 1.5% on my 401k rollover arbitrage. Hashtag trading. Oh, cool. What are the chances Upstart announced they've completed their share buyback by Wednesday or Thursday and we all lose our minds? Probably pretty slim. Although, I don't know, maybe at these prices it's more attractive for them. When is DFV doubling down? DFV announces that he full port YOLO'd his year's worth of covered call profits into GameStop. Oh, I'm not porting into GME weeklies today. I like that we're moving back up against the market trend, so that's kind of encouraging. If GME doesn't run this week, is it dead as a vol play? I'm not gonna play the long side of its volatility anymore. Keith Gill 13F incoming. Ah, Jesus Christ. He could have made so many millions over the last year on covered calls. Do you have a PT for increasing your position in GME? I'd probably buy GME below 15. 15, 16, I guess. No better way to gather liquidity than to run the basket right before Christmas. If you're looking for sellers, this is the time. Yeah. And that'd be enough liquidity to get them through just a whole ton of volatility shorting, right? sorry you gotta fire your employee. That sucks. Firing people's the worst. Unless you don't like them. Then it's easier. I guarantee he has. We have a Roaring Kitty collar on this stock. Same like JPM. I wonder if JPM rolls their collar here. They're not really very well positioned in this price range. Define collar. Sold calls. So you sell calls, then you buy a put spread. I'm shadow banned. No, Brett. Don't let that happen to you. If Jimmy has a December no packs and liquidity hasn't reverted to mean, do you hold off on selling CCs until it has? I mean, yeah, there's like no choice, right? 'Cause otherwise you're just open to that risk. That's different for everyone. It depends on your position size. For me, yeah, I would have to wait. Which sucks, but I would have to. Any chance SPX 3900 ends this week? Since next week is the last week to sell stocks into the end of the year. I think so. I think next week's gonna be really bad. But if we're gonna see upside, I think it'll be over the next couple days. How can SPY and VIX both be down? What do I understand about the VIX? How much people want to short it? Yeah, I mean VIX should be far more correlated with the SPX right now than it is. If there's no OPEX run this week, do you think GM and Upstart are going to go lower with the market? I mean, they can still short a little bit every day with the liquidity that they have on hand from ETFs, but it's not a lot. On most days, the overall effect on price is fairly insignificant. But they can keep like shorting a little in the morning, cover into the afternoon, and slowly drag price down over a long period of time. I mean, yeah, you're in a bear market. You should probably always have some puts on something. I said Mastodon in my Tesla and it almost crashed me off a cliff. Been in meetings all day. Am I shadow banned? I don't think so, Disnaster. Last few OPEX periods saw my calls be profitable in the first Monday. This time they are way down. OPEX confirmed. Yeah, that was kind of a weird facet of this OPEX versus the last few is that over the last few, IV on the calls has gone up significantly into the settlement week and then dropped off into the like settlement period. Um, this time around, calls have just dropped. There's been no spike in implied volatility at all, which means someone's working against the market maker a little bit there. And the time has proven again the mainstream media full of bullshit by saying SPX Santa rally to 4,400. Oh yeah, I mean I never expected it to go that high. My highest expectation I think was like 4,150. And even that felt like kind of a stretch. But if the Fed had been more like less hawkish, and hadn't, you know, I don't know. I really don't agree with the move to increase the potential rate so much. I think inflation's already mostly under control. Um, and I understand what they're doing, but I think the damage holding a federal funds rate above like 5% for any significant period of time is going to severely offset the fact that they've cooled inflation. And it's going to drive us into a deeper and longer recession, which maybe is what they want. But if that's what they want, that's not publicly what they're saying. Thanks for the NVIDIA write up. You got it. Mostly, I just didn't want you to fucking ask me about it anymore, Sisyphus. Inflation under control, says the guy that paid $75 for Five Guys. I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with inflation. That has to do with DoorDash ripping restaurants off, right? And fucking up their bottom line. I have a buddy who has a restaurant, and like the fees DoorDash charges are insane. It eats into like all his profitability. So if he doesn't raise prices on his menu items, um, like he won't make any money off of delivering food or allowing for food delivery, and that hurts his like customer retention too, right? I told him he should just hire a fucking delivery guy. Like, yeah, you might not deliver as much food, but you know, you won't lose your long-term customer base due to hiking prices. The delivery guy will make a killing and you'll still retain your profit margins. McDonald's dropped their dollar sodas, but that's like a loss leader, right? That's just supposed to attract people, and believe me, at $1, their profits on their soda are fine. The fucking cup's like 5 cents, and it's been a really long time since I looked at this, but uh like Coca-Cola at the fountain is like 15 cents cost for every like 64 ounces with the cost of like water and CO2. So even at $1 a soda, they were making, 80% profit margins. What you're actually seeing is not inflation running amok. What you're seeing is corporate greed taking control of pricing. It's just like gas prices, right? It doesn't matter what price oil drops to a barrel. You'll never pay less than $3 a gallon for gasoline, or $2 or whatever your like state's acceptable level is. They will always charge you that much, right? Because you paid it once, you can pay it forever. And so what you're doing is what you're going to see is, corporations are trying to increase their profitability to prevent the decline in their margins that's definitely going to occur because of all the shitty debt that they took on because it was at 0% interest and they thought, oh, look, free money. And now that's going to turn around and bite them in the ass. And so they're going to pass on those losses to their customers. You guys. And since your only real vote in this country is with the money in your pocket, you keep buying their shit and they'll keep selling it to you for more. That's unlikely with refinery closures. Yeah, but you're forgetting that the output of the remaining refineries is increased significantly. It's not like those refineries' output levels, the ones that have remained open, are static. $10 a gallon in LA has entered the chat. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't miss that. Was my last super chat even shadow banned? Hold me. It wasn't, Brett, and neither was this one. I would contest that you're not shadow banned at all. Imagine if we had public infrastructure that could allow people not to rely on oil, gas, and energy companies to that extent. Jesus Christ, I'm already up on my FSLR position. Oh, that's the old one. Okay. I was like, what the fuck is happening here? The old position is up. Alright. I can relax. Ooh, Halliburton's up today. Was up in pre-market. Down on the day. Should get some more of these. 36. Now it's moving down. Let's see. Oxy. Close. Okay. Oil's pulling back some of its lead now. Oxy's dropping close to 60. If anybody's like watching that. And Caterpillar is just like a fucking rock. 227 to 238. It just doesn't give a shit. A scale of 1 to 10, what's your bullishness on the OPEX run happening? I feel like I should lower my cost basis. I'm pretty exposed to OPEX. So I'd say I'm pretty bullish on it. I don't know, 1 to 10. Probably, I'm definitely betting on it. So 7. We haven't run out of the gate on Monday on insane volume, so I'm trying to not buy more calls today. That might be something I regret, though. Jan 6 committee recommends criminal charges against P45. Two of his NFTs went from 10K to 1.3 million in 4 days. Isn't he getting sued for like copyright infringement for the art used in them? That was the last thing I read about it. Popcorn Trader rising from the ashes like a phoenix. I cannot believe you shadow banned me. Yeah, you and Dork both got grabbed today. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe it's like a new auto moderation feature on YouTube. That's definitely not the first time insightful things have been said about COVID in here. It's definitely the first time people have gotten shadow banned for it. Volume actually 0 on SPY SPX. Yeah, it's really low. What type of leap length would you be looking at for Oxy? June 23rd or Jan 24? Both. I already have some June 2023s on Oxy. But probably I might get some Jan 24s. I don't know. I kind of just want to buy back into my shares again. I dropped like 75% of my shareholding on the last high, and most of my options. I really did too. I DM'd you. This is the saddest day. Welcome to live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. And you wrote "Do Re Mi," and then you've just been destroyed afterwards. What the fuck is going on? Can you please give me a tip on how to be more bearish? I'm way too bullish overall and tend to buy calls. When I get puts, I don't hold them long enough. I want to be a better, more balanced trader. I think it's hard to go from you know being kind of bullish to being more balanced. It's easier to make money on the upside of things. Even in a bear market, I think it's easier to bet on the upside than to bet on the downside. Um, but yeah, sometimes you just have to bet on the downside, and it's harder to manage put positions because markets are inherently driven upwards, right? And so you generally need more time and better positional management skills. Um, Also, sometimes profits on puts are realized very, very quickly because selling begets more selling as fear increases. And so cutting them early is something a lot of people do. But yeah, you need to learn to like hold in the money positions and manage them while they're in the money, and wait for a continuation of your thesis, right? It's hard to be short on things for long periods of time. It's not easy. I don't know what to do with my shit posting anymore. I don't know what to tell you, man. Thank you, Space Monkey, by the way. Upstart 120 50 C's still far out enough? Yeah, I mean, they've got like 30 days to expiration, so carrying them a couple more days isn't going to be that bad. They have more the 32 days to expiration, I think. What are your thoughts on the revenues? I don't know. I need to read the Carl told me to tell you that he wants you to time him out. That can't be true. Carl gets very afraid when I time him out. And then he poops in his closet. His wife has asked me to stop doing it. Yeah, those aren't. So, Matthew, the drop off in theta on those contracts is going to hit harder after 30 days is up. So, once like it's like 29 DTE, then theta will start to hit them harder. But the reason I buy them is for the prior OPEX period is because they don't hit that fall off until most of the T+2 period is over. Is Fubo just done for? I need reassurance. I should have said stop losses at 2 ago. Haha. I can't even sell covered calls. Yeah, I mean, you weren't really going to be able to sell a lot of covered calls on Fubo until some price realization occurred. Fubo's heavily shorted. You could sell now at a loss. Obviously, that's always an option, but I would not. It's synthetically shorted too, and as we all know, that's not a permanent solution to dropping the price of an equity. So, I mean, I guess if you can't stand it, but didn't you buy BBBY at $10 and then average it down at 5 and 4? That's a more significant drop off than Fubo's realized. What's the difference? At least one of those isn't a fucking dying company. It's a 2-year play, and you expect to be profitable on it in like 3 months, 4 months. It's ridiculous. I bought Bobby at 20. Okay. So what's the deal? Why so skittish now? Over leveraged, I'd agree with. I think maybe that's something you should have considered. Because I know that you put a very significant portion of your portfolio, and by that I mean all of it, into Fubo. But I mean, what about Fubo has changed that you believed when you did that to now, besides the price? Price is what you pay, but the value is what you get. And if you think the value is still there, Atomic's gonna be so rich in 2 years, dude. I think he might almost have more than me now. No, I still haven't read the filing, BMG. It's like a massive document. I haven't even looked at it. Like I mean, it sucks when you're at. I understand the position you're in. It sucks when you're at the end of your like DCA capital and then you're down. I get it, but I don't know if anyone else has dug through it very much. At this point, do you think it's still worth holding on to long-term March puts, or is there a better chance this week? I missed the opportunity last week, and now thinking enter major puts at this price, but not sure if we realize big down in the next 2 months. I mean, I think we definitely will realize some downside over the next couple months. As far as opportunity to get in, that's kind of up in the air. As I think most of you know, I closed out most of my downside exposure last Friday on SPX. So I'm also looking to reposition as well. Official December is Fubo dead? Question count 30. You forget we're the generation who grew up seeing JG Wentworth commercials. It's our money and we want it now. But But that was the whole point, was that like Fubo wasn't a now play, it was a 2-year play. And then 3 days after I wrote about it, it ripped to $8, and then everyone got super fucking bullish on it. This happens a lot when I pick long-term holdings. They tend to rip immediately after, and then everyone gets really bullish and over leverages into them. Don't do that, right? Like, if I have like a defined price range in which like I'm looking at to buy shares, there's a reason I'm not buying them above that price range because of some near-term volatility. Is Elon doing this? Am I a media? I'm not scared of NoPEX, but I'm scared of not sharing my inane thoughts. My wife will be so mad about this expense. I guess I'm also scared of my wife. You might need to create another Google account for a couple days, Brett. Thank you so much for the donations. But yeah, I don't know why people are getting shadow banned today, but it's happened to you, Dork, and Popcorn Trader. And, of those three, I never would have shadow banned Dork if I had any control over it. So, I have Fubo securities and I need cash now. Oh yeah, Dole went 40% after. Well, that one might not come back down, unfortunately. The ripping is just pickle jar following your picks. No, it just ran with everything else. Like it ran at the same time as like Bobby and GME. When Bobby had its big run, that's when Fubo ran. No, you're not shadow banned. I think you'd know. I think it just doesn't like if you type things, it just doesn't put them into chat. I'm a bit annoyed that you think Doric is a preferred quant to me. I mean, you haven't shown me your condiments. Am I shadow banned, or is Girk the most ruggedly handsome edutainment streamer since Bill Nye? Bill Nye is not even my favorite Bill Nye. But thank you. I liked Beekman's World. It was cooler. They had a rat. This show was so weird. Upstart to 17,001. I showed you that. It seems like it's well on its way. I saw your Yahoo Finance chart. Thank you. I'm back, Dad. The prodigal son hath returned. Okay. I've showed you all my bits and some of your pieces. About 25, 30, 35 GME 217 calls. A lot of them. Tell me everything is going to be okay. Maybe. It's not Tuesday yet. You can worry more on Tuesday, and then you can really freak out on Wednesday. But it's just Monday, unfortunately. Dork is shadow banned. Bull put spread? Okay. So just more fucking volatility exposure? Do puts cost same like shares? Yeah. Most things in the market cost same like dollar. It's a weird. I mean, it works, but it's weird, right? So there's like upside, and they don't care as long as it doesn't drop anymore. Probably some buy pressure on SPX. Yeah, well, it looked like it was turning around there. This is. I mean, it's looking better on ES too, which is probably a little more important right now. SPX is kind of very deviated from uh futures today. There's not a lot of correlation. Yeah, and this should be very, very highly correlated, right? Should be any. That's so strange. VIX going down. I would say today that the price of SPX is being heavily manipulated in order to satisfy something. I don't know, maybe they just don't want to fucking hedge. But it's significantly decoupled. There's like a 4 basis point deviation between it and futures. Like a lot. Like futures just ripped and SPX did nothing. Or I'm not getting updates. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Yeah, futures just moved from 38.30 to 38.40. And SPX moved from 38.03 to 38.11. One is not like the other right now. Maybe we see a continuation here though. Futures hold 38.35 this time around. I feel like there's some significant repositioning going on. I wonder if it's the collar. So JPM's collar is at 38.50 C short, then 33.90 P, and then what, 28.60 P? This is long short. So I mean, they're minimally profitable in this range. But if it moves back up above 38.50, the whole position's worthless. So maybe they're trying to reposition right now below 38.50 while their call side's up, like their sold calls, because that expiration's for 12:30. That's like next Friday. They're running out of data on that. So maybe we're seeing like a risk reversal on the collar. SPX is super illiquid. But I mean everything is right now. There's a major change in NYSE HFT BS system going on around now too. Interesting. When OPEX turns to NOPEX, do you sell your calls ASAP or wait for them to hopefully get a bounce? I usually close them right away. Yeah. If JPM rolls the collar down, does that mean we see upside before 12:30? It would make sense. But I don't know if they can change like the expiration. I think they would want to roll the collar up, right? Like while we're below 38, 38.35, it would make sense for them to roll the collar up to like 38.50 or 3900. There's a VIX broken Reddit post on March 11th. Yeah, I mean, big OPEX expirations tend to lead to like a lot of weird shit like this, and all the OPEX expirations this year have just been getting bigger and bigger. Um, this one's huge. uh, Futures dropping off hard again. Now we're picking up like some more correlation. So have those evened out? Oh, closer. And there's still a lot of fucking arbitrage between those. So yeah, they'd want to move the collar up. Whoever was calling 3800 earlier was wrong. We're getting 3800 right now. Yeah, we're at 3800. Well, because I mean I guess they don't need to as long as it stays below 3835 into December 30th. But I don't see how it does that. It's a good sign that Jimmy's resisting SPX drops today. Yeah, it is. AMT. Yeah, I'll take a look at the Greeks. I don't know if they're fucked up or not. So delta neutral 72, GN 7150, gamma max 9294, VN 8224. It looks like they AMD is just slipping below gamma neutral. I'm not sure that's a good sign. We get bounced off gamma neutral on the 13th. Well, it's been falling off ever since. Although gamma exposure looks bullish. That may not be realized till tomorrow. Look at SPX real quick here. So delta neutral on SPX is at 39. That can't be right. Delta neutral on SPX is at 39.78. Gamma neutral 40.59. So we got rejected off of gamma neutral there. Oh man, that's super fucked up. Wow, it puts closed out too. So if the market maker is net short calls, net long calls. The market maker's net long calls, I want to hedge out the call positions first, then the put positions. That way they stay in the lower range. Hmm. Well, I mean, they're profitable on the collar if they stay below 38.35, but above, well, below 38.35 until the 12:30. Or at least it expires on 12/30 below 38.35. But the problem is if we move above 38.35 again, right? Then that means the market maker is going to drop that hedge on the downside, and that kind of pushes us up off 38.35, which is probably why we haven't broken above it today, a second time at least. Market maker's also net negative gamma, so they're selling into falling prices. Maybe I should pick up some 37.50s just in case. Jimmy appears to be oversold. It definitely is. Rev to 73, upstart to 51, GME to 40, a pony or similar pack animal to help carry my bags. Merry OPEX, everyone. Thanks, Profit of Losses. I'll be sure to forward that. Why is YouTube keeping it so low and loose? I don't know. Power Hour song? Is it almost time? What kind of fills does Lightning Warrior give from space? I don't know. Why is that guy getting brought up so much? Do you think we'll see a bounce or just keep dropping? I mean, we bounced off our low for today. We're back above $20. I think there's still retail interest in this range. It's not as strong as it was back in March or May, but it's still there. Volume's okay, right? Yeah, I'll play the Power Hour song. No, we haven't filled the entirety of the monster gap, but we've filled a bunch of it. There's like 100 BPS left. 105 BPS left. I'm fairly certain I was shadow banned for the left Virginia joke. Really? Am I shadow banned? I'm always shadow banned. Carl promised me an OPEX run. Please ban him. First time listener, long time caller. Please talk me down from these SPY 0DT and 1DT 3080 and 3082 calls. 3080 calls? What's SPY at right now? Ooh. That seems like a terrible idea. Yeah. I don't really like 1 and 0 DTs right now. Unless you're buying puts. Any hope for my GME 25 for March? And probably, yeah. I'm at Starbucks. Does anyone know anything? Nah, I'm alright. Thanks for asking. What are your thoughts on GME Jan 24 127.50 for a vol play? They're not bad. Uh, Probably get better Vega for not much more money. Let's see, those are 0.3. Hundreds are 0.4 for a $30 difference. 0.04. Yeah, hundreds. I think hundreds are. That's what I bought. Yeah, I think the hundreds might be a slightly better volatility play. Depending on the spread, even like 80s might be really good too. 80, 85. If you can get something on the cheaper side of the spread. The problem there though is there's just not enough interest. 90s don't seem to have. 90s are like 133. Those are almost 0.05. But yeah, I mean that target range is generally pretty decent. The 127.50s are easy because the OI is high and the spread's tighter. But some of the other ones, if you can get a decent fill on them, they're better. This is all JPM swell. I don't know. Some of it very well could be. The gamma flip point isn't really changing. Gamma's flattening out really hard to the upside, above like 3,900. Shit, even above like 3950, gamma's just completely flat. This is a 228. Sub 3,800 interest is still fairly weak. Some big positioning at 3,800. I just don't know which side they're banking on. Oil's recovering a little bit, and Dixie's still down. Tesla, Meta, Apple, all down. How about Amazon? Ooh, Amazon's at 84. Nice. SRT down 2%. Docky down. Jimmy down 3%. Upstart down 5. Ton of OI at 120. Yeah, it's a very liquid strike. I'm just saying sometimes if you're willing to wait on it, you can get decent fills on higher Vega strikes that are slightly more profitable for roughly the same amount of money. You might get like a much more Vega, like the 80 or 90 or $100 strikes. You're right about Avia being a pump and dump. It didn't feed me hopium. I lost much less from your straightforwardness. Grabbing Upstart now. Cool. Um, Good to hear, man. I'm glad you didn't get burned on it. Any institutional long-term puts coming in? I'm not seeing a lot of like, yeah, that's kind of my problem with the move down. Is it's like it's kind of like what we saw towards the end of last week. Lots of zero DTE pressure, but no like long-term effect on VIX. Dixie's dropping on the day. You're joking, right? About what? I mean, they get liquidity from ETFs like every day, right? There's always more shorts. Could we run tomorrow? Possibly. Is oil a leading indicator of future market movement? Curious why you keep referencing it. It's a big part of SPX. Like 10% of SPX is weighting, 8 to 10% depending, is futures exposure or oil exposure. So oil's movements they factor in not a ton but a little bit. Tech's getting battered today. Like and Nasdaq's way down. 150 fucking BPS or something like that. 180 now. What is it? Yeah, almost 180 now. I just zoomed out and I'm feeling better about my 3850s for Friday. Seems like we're either gonna crash or oversold. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna crash yet. So I would agree that we're a bit oversold. Do you think today is similar to before March OPEX, or is it worse this time? What do you mean worse? OPEX settlement days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thank you, Mike Sells CCs. I'm playing it safe this OPEX. I got 100, 12, 30, 35 C's. What? My personal opinion? I think so. I mean, I've done nothing today really but buy like weekly and bi-weekly calls on SPX. Um I don't think that this drawdown's gonna persist. Like the speed of the index drop. I remember the SPY bounce right at the second day after that Red Monday. Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing hedging, but maybe the alternate side of the hedging. And don't forget that like 4 trillion in options expired on Friday, so there is quite a lot of upside still left, I think. What's up, Vorname? How you been, man? I didn't hear no bell. Are we still holding our GME? You know I am. Long time no see. You too, man. Thank you. Oil price cap, so that indicates escalation and tension between NATO and Russia. So bearish as fuck. Is it? I mean, just because they instated it against Russia's wishes, right? I mean, probably just means oil goes up. Yeah, it's like market wide for the 4 trillion. It's not a specific stock, but like the S&P. I'm sorry, 17 weeklies ask is a penny, 10 cents. Good call if you believe in OPEX. I mean, super cheap. Also shadow banned for a left Virginia joke. What the fuck? Is that like some like polarizing statement? Or is it because you're saying left and Virginia in the same sentence? I'm gonna Google this. It's racist? There's nothing about it at all. There's a schedule for the Virginia Renaissance Fair. Can you tell if there's actual crime visible on the chart? Sure. Carl is a distinguished royal fellow of the Pi Phi Society. He would never troll. That's mostly what he does. I don't know, Surface Surfer. Shut up, and the MM doesn't delay anything. Have you DCA'd any of your OPEX positions today with this bloodbath? No. For Upstart, I mean, I'm as invested as I'm gonna be. For GME, if I buy any more, it's gonna be on the confirmation of a move. No, you're not shadow banned, Surface Smurf. Sorry. Would you say $30 is a reasonable OPEX target for Upstart? Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. That's where Gamma Max was before it got super skewed. It was at like what 33 or something. I don't think it would run for a couple weeks. I think maybe a few days, maybe into next week. I don't expect it to be long lived. Renaissance Fair hack. Bring a baby stroller and fill it with cooked turkeys. That way you could have an endless stream of turkey legs without paying rip-off prices of $20 a leg. Why would you want an endless stream of turkey legs? Did they even have turkeys in the Renaissance? Are there are there turkeys in England? I don't think so. They have like pheasants. There's no fucking turkeys. Hello, it's me. I would like an endless stream of turkey legs. Do you expect some gamma squeeze in January? Not particularly. Although if we don't run this week, and no liquidity is resolved, but that's something for next month, not this one. Now we're moving down against the market? What the fuck is going on today? Today's such a weird day. I don't know. I've got my calls. Maybe market makers are just trying to get everyone to drop all their fucking calls before tomorrow. You mentioned there will be a liquidity event. What will happen in between Jan and Feb? I mean, I have no idea. If liquidity is realized now, then we'll just go straight down between January and February. Was XRT on Reg Show yet? We got ads for a DIY watch kit and a bear skin hoodie. Okay. Why would you want to build your own? Why would you even want to watch, let alone build your own watch? Greg, I panic sold my entire port, my car, and my goats, and invested it all in turkey futures. Now what? Profit next Thanksgiving? They may not have had turkeys, but I'm certain they didn't have Dungeons and Dragons either. I mean, they probably had something more like Dungeons and Dragons than they had like turkeys. Update: criminals got their picture taken by my trail camera. I have pics of both fugitives. Forward to the cops. They're in pursuit. I feel like I'm on an episode of Cops. Huh. Cool. The Papa Muff's having like a white trash holiday right now. He's got a prison break going on on his own property. Are you Papa Muff, be honest with us. Are you trying to actively hunt the fugitives yourself? I think I've messed up my entries. On turkey futures? Blocked by another clueless ape huckster. My goal of being blocked by all of the AMC retail investors is coming to fruition. Who blocked you this time? Wasn't it just cops, not COPS? What would the letters stand for? I don't know. Is it, you know what? Short Destroyer? No. That sounds like an idiot. Anybody who'd call themselves Short Destroyer sounds dumb. Going after BAM Investor next. When is somebody gonna tell James Rowland that Anemoy is MACD? Has Short Destroyer ever actually destroyed a short? What's Boom Hunter Pro then? RSI with 2 moving averages on it? Can you let Papa Muff know that if he buys Boom Hunter Pro, he will crush the fugitives so easy? Maybe he destroyed his own shorts. Shorts sure IBS is treatable. What do you think? How low can Upstart go? I mean, today, $14.32. Everyone was so excited about being below Vega neutral. We're below Vega neutral, and where's the excitement? Unclear, but I strongly suspect he doesn't know what a short is or what the word destroy means. So it's unlikely. Does this seem like our short squeeze, not predicting any short squeezes? God, I hate this fucking environment. So many fucking idiots are like encouraged to try to gain popularity for their influencer platform by focusing on stocks, but they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And like that's fine if you're, like a makeup influencer and you're like, "Oh my god, look how taut my jade roller makes my skin." You guys can make your skin taut too. Look at it boost the collagen, right? But like you don't do that with stocks, right? There's no YouTube channel on like how to build a flamethrower hosted. Well, maybe that is hosted by an idiot. Don't get flamethrower building advice off of YouTube. Also, check your local laws and regulations for the legality of a flamethrower in your state. I literally only buy stocks on RegShow, and I don't know what RegShow does. SLD is over this morning, actually. Police caught one of them. The other one's still on the loose. He's hiding in your basement, Papa Muff. You knew way too much about the Jade Roller. I'm prepared. It's called hedging, Trina. I have an idea for a YouTube channel. I just sit and watch the Robinhood runners list and tell people to buy those stocks. Same like Matt Kors. Legality of a flamethrower, same like crime. Yeah, get wrecked shorts. Am I right? I just don't. I don't understand the people that follow these people or the people themselves. Like they can't. They must know they're full of shit, right? Or do they really think they're experts on their with their like 1 year of technical analysis experience drawing triangles around candlesticks? Mix of both? Ugh, it's just the worst. Shorts have to cover. They cannot average down. They cannot hedge. Crime. Come on. Like imagine being the person that spends your night like looking at photos of Elon Musk and Ken Griffin at the World Cup and being like, "Ah, oh, fuck, man, this is gonna blow. This is MOASS." Who's doing that? Like that can't. It just can't be real. I refuse to believe any part of the population is that fucking stupid. Oh, I forgot about Jared Kushner. My bad. The next CEO of Twitter. Here's what's gonna happen. Jared Kushner is gonna step up. He's gonna be the CEO of Twitter. Elon's gonna go back to Tesla and he's gonna loan Ken the money to bail out his shorts. That's why he sold $3 billion worth of his stock over the last week. Not because he bought a dying social media company for $54.20 fucking cents a share. No. Believe it, your own son literally did that last night. Walking in Natty Edge in the chat. Do you not remember the videos where someone... I've never seen Natty be conspiratorial. Walken just gets drunk. Do you not remember the video where someone would read their wife, girlfriend, RSS, and they would cry tears of joy because they knew they would be rich soon? I've never seen that, and had I would have walked away from that community far sooner. I feel like that was, I don't know, maybe I was just so wrapped up in it that always seemed like an AMC thing. I remember when I was like full in super stock and I was like, ah, look at those AMC people. But they were the same. It was the same. It was the same fucking people. Can't mess with this because we're gamers. Yeah, it's your $500 billion means nothing. I'm grinding $120 share a week. Get fucked, shorts. DT was coming from inside the house. I don't know if they banned me is the right terminology. JSmar banned me because he hated me. And based on no breaking of the rules on my part. JSmar no longer a moderator. Clearly missing out on that sweet, sweet computer share cash. I don't know about stocks, but I know about stock YouTubers. Can that be my channel? I just talk about all of the stock YouTubers. I'll direct tens of my subscribers to you. Thanks, Ben. I appreciate it. I'll also support you. You should just make funny songs about Reddit. I know you would, Carl. JSmart banned you for being a brigadier shill. You can't brigade a fucking subreddit that you're all a part of. We've been infiltrated by ourselves. What the fuck? Who's our resident pickle songwriter? We have a few. I've got a fever, and the only remedy is a new pickle meme song. Ben said he was working on some masterpiece a little while back, but I haven't heard anything. Or maybe I just didn't play it. Maybe I don't have COVID. I'm gonna survive this. If I don't get COVID, I'm immune. That's the only explanation. Oh, Hazy, you son of a bitch. Thoughts on the GME volume today? Is it in line with expectations? I mean, I didn't have any expectations for volume today, but it's a little lower than the 3-month rolling average. I'm more concerned that GME doesn't fall through the center of the planet, which it appears not to be doing. It's stabilizing at 20. That's what I said until I got COVID. Well, I mean, I should have COVID right now. Like, there's just no reason in the world that I wouldn't be just fully infected unless I'm immune. If I'm immune, that's like a superpower. I don't even know what I'm going to do with that. There was a lot of contact, and more than that, just a lot of breathing, direct breathing. It wasn't cat lady. Friday night, BMG. I did get all the vaccines. Not only did I get all the vaccines, I volunteered like at the end of like 2020 at a COVID testing site. So I was long Microsoft, and I wanted to make sure that they got as many chips implanted in people as feasibly possible. 40% of my patients in my unit were early November. Every doc nurse all sick, but somehow negative. Huh. Well, got shadow banned on my alt account. YouTube really doesn't like me. Are you shitting me? We gotta stop talking about COVID. YouTube doesn't like COVID. No. So 6 is scared of 7 because 7, 8, 9, but why did 10 have PTSD? He was stuck in the middle of 9/11. Alright. That's pretty good. I haven't heard that one before. I should have updated my vaccine software to the Omicron one. The last booster was open for malware. Yeah, you gotta make sure you leave your Windows update turned on. And don't try to schedule it. It'll just shut down your computer when it feels like it. If no OPEX this cycle, are you gonna stop playing it as often? I'm just not gonna play the long side of the volatility. Spoiler alert, I'm actually JSMAR. I've fully infiltrated your channel and will use my notoriety to brigade and steal your subs, but only the Italian ones you order from DoorDash. Maybe you're internalizing your COVID and I'll run later this week. Don't say that, because if I get COVID, half the people are in here are gonna think that's MOASS. People already get excited when I sleep late and get sick. Really, 9/11 jokes are fine, but COVID jokes aren't. I don't know, man. I didn't build it. You dying is bullish. I know, right? But I did not get it that way though. I'm 99% sure that I got it from sharing drinks and pens at a party. Oh. Where have you been last Friday? Were you on a date and found out after? What? Where have you been last Friday? No, I didn't find out after. I found out. I found out during. I sprayed. So my room didn't smell great. Uh, and I was like, oh, and I grabbed some like Febreze, and I sprayed it like the air one, and I sprayed it in the air. I was like, oh, that's nice. And she was like, what does that smell like? And I was like, what do you mean? I was like, it's crisp linen, obviously. And she was like, oh, I haven't been able to smell anything for like a few days. It's really weird. And my food tastes like shapes. And I was like, what? What the fuck do you mean your food tastes like shapes? And she's like, it's just like, it's texture, but there's no flavor. And I was like, oh, you bitch. You fucking bitch. Life material. Uh, so anyway, I gave her a COVID test. She was positive. Then I proceeded to disinfect my house, even though I wanted to burn it to the ground. And now I'm just waiting. I'm waiting while the viral load builds up in my system. I've literally been chatting to myself all day. What's up, shadow banned owners? Colon. Everyone's getting shadow banned today. Kenny's trying to stop OPEX. I'll help you get a load into your system. Thanks, CTD. He did it all for the cookie. Pickle Financial, sex, drugs, and stocks. Same like hedge fund.
Except without any mutual agreements or fiduciary obligations. Fomite transition is very rare, so I doubt it was from a pencil. Likely more from sitting on each other's faces, for sure. Thanks, Sippy Cup. Have you tried taking anti-malarials? I've heard it makes sure you don't get malaria while you have COVID. I haven't. Why are you suffering now, turd? Did you buy bad options again on something? You know what I do when I do something naughty with my stock positions? I go and do something good. Like I'll go buy like a materials manufacturer or something. You know, that's a little undervalued with a decent dividend. How did you go so long without knowing what loss of taste and smell means? She wasn't really sure what COVID was, even when I explained it. You skipped over why your room smelled bad. Oh, it was like that like sweaty humid. I have steam heaters first of all, and sweat. I don't know, like 26, 7, something like that. Safe material producers sound like Dole. My family insists colloidal silver can cure your COVID, so there's that. Or it'll just turn me blue, like a smurf. For science, Google started the COVID conspiracy and left Virginia. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why would you say that, Netflix and chill? Honestly, it must have been great for her if she was eating that scrum. No smell, no taste, no nothing. Oh, Jesus fuck. Don't remind me. Uh, there's no possibility they can double defer. The FINRA doc with Thanksgiving also has this week listed with deferral dates. No, because they have to start proving settlement after the initial deferment period is over. So they have to prove that they're attempting to settle every single day. Are you gonna straddle the SPX like you straddled me Friday? My puts here because it feels like a bottom but doesn't taste like a bottom. I don't know. I was buying calls here, but I guess you could buy puts there also. I don't really want an overnight straddle. I might buy some like 3750s for like January or something. So I have a little bit of downside protection. I'm out of like all of my SPX puts for the most part. I only have a few 3950s left from last week. And those expire next Friday too. Are you rolling your options to March if Upstart doesn't run this week? March seems to have only 40 Cs and nothing higher. I think June has higher strikes, but no, I'd probably just. I mean, if IV stays low, I'd probably just go to Jan 2024. Herpes? Ah, Jesus. No, you're not shadow banned. Shadow banned odorous colon. This is 3 days of asking to get strangled. 7 p.m. behind the Wendy's. Okay, Gherk. Yeah, I guess it works. Check out my new DD on how Citadel developed COVID in a lab so they could shadow ban pickles on 12/19/22. Where did you post it? Vanguard funds clear tomorrow. Congratulations, Mark Long. I want to short my landlord so I can be a good boy and buy non-bankrupt companies. I mean, at least you spend the same amount of money in SoCal as I do in New York on rent, but you get more space than I do. You just also have to own a car or more than one car and pay for gas and spend your entire day sitting in traffic. I bet you actually had COVID at one point and didn't know it. You should get together for a second date. She sounds incredible. Are we still on for the joint COVID test today? Also, you left this U-shaped metal thing next to my shoes, so I thought I'd bring it by. P.S. I'm outside your building. I don't wear horseshoes. I'm not a centaur. Is there a chance that Upstart may announce that they already did the share buyback before the end of the year, or wait until the next earnings call? I mean, they don't have to say anything, so it's unlikely they announce it. I think safe harbor laws protect them. They don't have to. They don't have to announce anything until the next quarter, or they only have to announce what they bought back at the next 10Q. Call premium is increasing. Looks like we should bounce tomorrow. Hope everyone has a great OPEX, which we've been bag holding for a long time. Also, hope you get better soon, man. Thanks, dude. Well, glad I'm not the only one who's 50% down on my options. I really thought I got a good deal buying them around 21-ish. Well, we're slightly lower than 21-ish now. I'm not a dad. My level of confidence that you're a centaur rivals your confidence when you're bullish on cat. Oh man, that's I'm not. You know, centaurs aren't a real thing, right? It's fake. It's made up. Mainstream media is trying to trick you into believing in centaurs, Carl. Have you ever met up with a woman on Craigslist? No. They make you feel alive. Well, I don't think I want to feel that alive. You expect Upstart's Gamma Max to be de-skewed tomorrow? I hope so. Maybe it'll just skew even more and just keep going up. What does Ko-Fi stand for? I have no idea. I think it's supposed to be coffee, but I refuse to call it that. Only down 22% of my GME options. I must have got a great entry this time. I'm usually much further down at this point. Uh, yeah, I'm anywhere between like 20 to 58% down, depending on which contract. Maybe tomorrow I'll buy up a bunch more $25 calls so I can front run Hazy's 35s. I ordered you a trough's worth of chicken noodle soup. Thanks for Friday. I never expected someone to answer my Craigslist ad for horse riding. XOXO. Thanks, Sharkeisha. Oh, man. False alarm, it's coming back down now. No, futures look like they're continuing their recovery. SPX starting to move back above the 38.12 resistance. This is rounding out. This looks pretty good. There's nothing. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Pulling back a bit of the drop today. Not much. Was she Amish? Is she from the Midwest? Did she appreciate your shiny hooves? I shouldn't tell you guys anything. Meme aside, have you ridden a horse? Yeah. But I was like a kid. I don't really remember it. Option flow and GME looks bullish. Yeah, it looks pretty good. We'll see where that ends up with the OI update, but I was curious. I went to their YouTube. They call it Kofi, like Nopex, which this is. Thanks, Alejandro. Uh, good for you, man. You know what you should do? You should just like not hold any GME because if it's Nopex, you're gonna get burned super hard, man. What if you just bought weekly puts and you could capitalize on your prognosis? We have literally never been shorted this hard in terms of percentage in the week leading up, plus the Monday of settlement week. This is either extremely bearish or bullish. We're all in a coin toss, fuck everything. We've been shorted on Monday before going into OPEX. In May, we got the shit shorted out of us Monday and Tuesday. We were down. Like into Wednesday morning from Monday's open. GME dropped 15%. No more. 15.78% before we ran in May. I think that's true last year as well at some point. I can't remember which one. It wasn't November, but was it August? No, August started running on Monday. Oh, yeah, May OPEX last year. From like Monday's high, 13% down by Wednesday. But the difference was in May, we ran on Monday. So that was a bit different than this time around. Damn, SPX is really fucking moving up into the end of the day. I like this. My view and price are down from when I bought calls earlier today, but my options contracts are up by 40-50%. Is this because gamma is increasing? That doesn't sound right. Sounds like IV might be going up. Or you bought at the absolute bottom and your delta's up. I see you, Tankerific. The dropping of that hedge doesn't have to be realized till tomorrow. Maybe OPEX runs are simply not a thing anymore. It's a possibility. But we had one in August, so delta neutral on GME is inaccurate. So the value you see there is the previous. Today's value is like $41. So was it for providing DD that was just too good? Also, please post fresh DD soon. I'm all out of ideas beyond the double daily reverse trigger squeeze indicator. Can you check Rev on your side? Seeing weird 1 million volume spikes? That doesn't sound right. Rev's total volume for today is 1 million, so I don't think so. Can you say something bullish about Upstart? It's not zero. With the Upstart GM inaccurate, is there a way you can calculate it still, or until the data is less skewed, it's impossible? It's somewhere in the range of like 33 to 36. Like that's where Gamma's strongest. It's skewed upwards because there's no negative Gamma on the chain above $30. And so when people start buying like $40 and $50 calls, it moves the Gamma max away from the higher concentration area. How is that bullish? It's not my job to feed you hopium. Not zero equals bullish as fuck. See, Mustard Homie gets it. Are you streaming the after hours run? No. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, that was a weird one. Continued shorting on GME, Upstart, Fubo. Looks like most of the basket stocks got slapped pretty hard today. Alongside the SPX, which should have a fairly significant de-hedging occurring, but we didn't really see any of that today as we dropped below the top of the JPM collar. Looks like we clawed back a little bit of the drop today into close. We'll see how that continues to perform overnight as we move into T+2 tomorrow. GME closing settlement today. Closing auction looks like significantly smaller, right? 165,000 volume. So not nearly as much internalization against the dropping market today. But we were fairly stable against the dropping market, which is probably a good sign, at least into the latter half of the day, like through this period. We did not recover with the market, however, which kind of sucks. But that may be where we saw internalization spike. Keep an eye on pre-market and stuff going into tomorrow. I'll keep an eye on futures tonight, and I'll try to update everybody on the Discord when I have new Greek values that are hopefully a little more accurate now that we've moved past the big OPEX expiration. I think that's about it though. Tomorrow's the T+2, well, the second day of T+2. So we'll see how that goes. You ready for a Cosm run tomorrow? I don't know about that. Maybe. XRT gonna be on Reg Show tonight. I wouldn't be fucking surprised in the slightest. Alright, guys. See you tomorrow. Have a great night. It's not Copex. It's fucking... We've never had OPEX settle on Monday. Botany puts or just writing calls? I just have calls on SPX right now. I have some puts, but they're left over from last week, and that's just like a small hedge. Yeah, I'm not really playing the downside of SPX the next couple days. I'm hoping I get a better entry on repositioning on my puts, but we'll see. If I don't, I'll just pay more for them, right? Anyway, yep. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.